Madam President.
Please be seated.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, members of the seated in the gallery. Thank you for joining us once again. This House now resumes its sitting, which was previously adjourned. I recognize the honorable member for Nevis 1.
Good morning, Madam President. Morning to everyone present here in this honorable House. Morning, Madam President. Morning to everyone present here in this honorable House. Those who are listening and viewing the continuation of our budget presentation for 2023. Madam President, I rise in support of the bill that is presently before this honorable House, entitled Nevis Appropriation 2023 Bill 2023. I am, Madam President, particularly pleased to lend my support to the budget presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Premier of Nevis. And Madam President, as the duly elected member for Nevis number 1.
Say that again. Landslide.
Madam President, as the duly elected member for Nevis number 1, I am especially proud that after having failed to win the seat in 2013, I am now the only person to have won it twice in succession from the Concerned Citizen Movement Party. In 2017 and again in 2022. So let me first, Madam President, thank the people of Nevis number 1 who have so deliberately placed their trust and confidence in me to be their representative in this honorable House. I want, Madam President, to thank all those persons who worked long and hard to ensure this victory. This is your victory. This is our victory. Let us celebrate it, Madam President. It is my humble privilege to serve them and the people of Nevis generally, especially when regards to the portfolio assigned to me by the Honorable Premier. Madam President, as Minister with responsibility for communications, public works, water services, physical planning and environment, posts, labor, and the new addition, disaster management. It is tempting to think, Madam President, that all roads to the development of Nevis passes through my ministry. And to a large extent, they do. They do. It is interesting to note that the transformation of Nevis from a largely rural community as recently as 25 years ago could not have taken place without a concerted program for development of an efficient road network. In the last 25 years, we have seen Nevis evolve into a well-connected, easily accessible community, where our people experience ease of transportation. Madam President, such that a journey from in the east, Gingerland, to Charlestown that once used to take 35 to 40 minutes.
Taking 8 minutes.
How much?
8.
I'm way off then. I am way off. I was thinking about half that amount of time, but I'm way off. 8 minutes?
8 to 10. 8 to 10.
See, Madam President, because of the excellent road network, the member from Gingerland is now getting into town in 8 minutes. Madam President, all across Nevis, my ministry has committed to the installation of superior quality roadworks that have improved the quality of life for our people. From Zion to Brown Hill, from Codacourt to Cotton Ground, we have been at work delivering on the commitment to our people to improve roads and infrastructure. Madam President, as in the years ahead, I want to envision a new approach, and I have envisioned a new approach. The budget for 2023, Madam President, under the theme, charting the pathway to socio-economic transformation, investing to accelerate growth. Keywords, Madam President, investing to accelerate growth. Madam President, I will not highlight our accomplishments for 2022. And perhaps that may be dangerous. It could very well be. I know that, Madam President, is a bit unusual. For example, the new water tank at Pond Hill. I will not highlight it. I will choose not to. The road rehabilitation project in Butlers, Madam President, I choose not to highlight it. That has transformed the community of Butlers. I will not highlight it. Madam President, I will choose not to highlight the ongoing road project from Cliff Dwellers to Nisbets, or the one in Bath Village. Madam, I will choose not to highlight the transformation on Chapel Street around the Charlestown Methodist Church, Drew Street, or Happy Ilani. They are visible, Madam President, for all who are honest to see. Madam President, I will not highlight our water filtration system at Hamilton and the 400,000 gallon water storage tank at Hamilton. Madam President, I will choose not to highlight the 2 housing projects in St. Paul's, Quadacode and Hamilton. No, I will not. But Madam President, instead, I will choose to look into the future. Madam President, as a fairly recent grandfather.
What?
Yes.
Grandpa?
As a fairly recent grandfather, I often think about the Nevis that my granddaughter will inherit. That, Madam President, has become my focus. What will Nevis be in 20 years? That, Madam President, will be the focus of my presentation. How will it be different from the Nevis I inherited when I was 30 years, Madam President? Madam President, inasmuch as the road network has improved dramatically in the last 20 years, I would want that road improvement to continue for the next 20 years, such that there will be no corner of Nevis that will not be well connected to the Island Main Road. The Honorable Premier, in his presentation, mentioned the South Ring Road project as a major project that will occupy the efforts and attention of this administration in this term. I see that project, Madam President, as a game changer for Nevis, opening up significant lands on the south coast and offering opportunities for hotels, residential and commercial development. My ministry will play a pivotal role in that expansion, Madam President. And we will ensure proper zoning and appropriate infrastructure development, Madam President. In the meantime, we will continue to push for the acquisition of equipment that will not only improve our capabilities, but also simultaneously address the reallocation of personnel in the most effective way to ensure that maintenance and upkeep projects are continuous and effective. Madam President, it is our shared vision at the Public Works Department for 2023 and beyond. The Public Works Department for the long-term future, to see a more professionalized body from top to bottom. Firstly, Madam President, we envision an administrative complex that is a highly professionalized organization. To this end, Madam President, I envision a reorganization of the current site office, an updated infrastructure development plan that will ensure, Madam President, that the workflow at that site is significantly enhanced. We have at that site, Madam President, materials, equipment, workers that are all in one space. It is our intention and our vision, Madam President, to have those separated to ensure a much enhanced environment at our Public Works Department operation. Madam President, we feel that in the short term, we want to ensure that we are equipped with quantity surveyors at our Public Works Department. We feel, Madam President, that these quantity surveyors will work in tandem to ensure quality materials for specific jobs. Oftentimes, we are left to use certain materials that are less than desirable. And we think that a quantity surveyor will be essential in ensuring that we improve on our quality, Madam President. Madam President, we also envision a vibrant architectural unit headed by a chief architect, and a vibrant engineering and surveying unit headed by a civil engineer. Madam President, we believe that each unit must be outfitted and equipped with the necessary equipment, including vehicles, so that they can be as effective as they ought to be, Madam President. Madam President, the Public Works Department takes on a lot of road and civil works. Roadworks and the related civil constitute a significant amount of the Public Works Department work program and budget. The Roads and Bridges Division for too long have appeared to be lacking the aura of professionalism in its execution of works. And just 2 weeks ago, Madam President, while we invited the workers back out to work, we had a welcome event at the Disaster Management Conference Room. And I reiterated, Madam President, to our Public Works Department that every single thing that they do is seen by the general public. And I'm encouraging them, Madam President, to ensure that they take greater responsibility and greater pride in their deliverables, Madam President. Madam President, the Nevis Island government have spent some significant sums on some heavy equipment. Significant sums. Latest pieces of equipment. And we want to ensure, Madam President, that those equipment are protected. It is our intention to construct a facility to house those equipment, Madam President, so that in 20 years, those equipment will still be around because they are of the quality. Madam President, it is my vision to see the government garage become of age. Become of age. To utilize modern technology, skills and techniques to produce more efficiently. But we must be willing to invest in the necessary personnel to realize this. Undoubtedly, Madam President, realizing this vision will incur significant costs and investment. And without that vision, we run the continuous risk of demotivating our professionals who also have high aspirations for Nevis. We realize, Madam President, that our commitment to our workers must be steadfast and must be assured. Despite our budgetary constraint, Madam President, I want to say to our Public Works Department that they will continue to get my full support and assurance in ensuring that they get all that they need to implement all that they want to do, Madam President, on the road to 2043 and beyond. Madam President, I will turn very quickly to water. And the water infrastructure on Nevis, Madam President, is in a very good place. And I would say that very guardedly. It's in a very good place. But as far as I'm concerned, we have some key targets to meet so that Nevis in 2043 will be the envy of the region for its water capability. It is the mission, Madam President, of the Water Department to continue to increase its capacity to deliver high-quality potable water to all of Nevis, while increasing capacity to sustain key new high-end developments on the island. We anticipate new hotels, more high-end villas, new industries, more new homes in the near to medium term. We expect continued expansion in agriculture.
Oh, yes. And that?
You see what I mean?
Yes, we need water.
In agriculture. Therefore, long before 2043, Madam President,
I was saying too. Yeah. More housing too. More houses a bit.
Madam President, the Honorable Member for Nevis number 3 appears to be so inclined to pick up where his predecessor took off, to put pressure on me for additional water. I was under pressure, and he, Madam President, is continuing that trend. But, Madam President, it's all in good sport. Madam President, the Nevis Water Department intends to give serious consideration to the recommendations of the 2016 report commissioned from Coles Engineering to assess the strategic framework for water resources management on Nevis. That, Madam President, was a very comprehensive report. I believe the former Minister of Water would be familiar with that report, Coal Engineering. It offers, Madam President, some options for the island of Nevis as we seek to move forward in our water enhancement program. And it is our intention, Madam President, to ensure that we take a second, third, and fourth look at those recommendations with an aim to implement them. As part of our vision, Madam President, for example, the ministry will seek to ensure adequate training and development of our human resources by facilitating engineering scholarships, Madam President, specific to water. We intend to participate in international conferences and workshops targeted to the enhancement of our management and water winning skills. We will continue to upgrade our plant and equipment in the very near future with the implementation of new sources of water and the introduction, Madam President, of a water study on Nevis. It is our vision to construct a proper storage facility to house all of the Nevis Water Department supplies, so ensuring greater accountability, Madam President, of the wares at our Water Department. Madam President, it is our every and deliberate intention to strengthen our customer service unit at our Water Department. I will say it again. It is our every and deliberate intention to strengthen our customer service unit at our Water Department. To better respond to the needs of the general public in a timely manner, it is our intention and hope to introduce smart metering, Madam President, long before 2043. Madam President, we will take another look at how the Water Department responds to faults. Oftentimes, the general public would complain that calls were sent and many hours have passed, and those faults have not been remedied, Madam President. We will take another look at that structure and that mechanism in order for us to be more responsive to our customers. Madam President, I turn very quickly to our Labor Department. In 2022, according to our Social Security Department, our jobs peaked at 5,990. And Madam President, I want to put a caveat here, because this figure does not include the PEP workers, step workers. It does not include, Madam President, a lot of the self-employed persons. So if we are generous, Madam President, we can add perhaps another 1,000 to 5,990, if we are generous. At the end of 2022, 5,990 persons reported by our Social Security Department. In the same period, in 2020, that figure stands approximately 4,600 persons prior to COVID. I want those two figures, Madam President, to sink in. 5,990 at the end of 2022 versus 4,600 at the start of the COVID pandemic. What these two figures signifies, Madam President, is that the recovery from the COVID pandemic on the island of Nevis is well on its way. But you know, Madam President, there are some who want the island of Nevis to believe that nothing is happening. 4,600 versus 5,900, but nothing is happening. Madam President, I want the people of Nevis to recognize and understand, while everything is not perfect, and we would be lying, Madam President, we would be dishonest if we were to say to the people of Nevis that everything is all right. Everything is not all right. We agree that there are still some issues, but this government is honest about it. We will not try, Madam President, to hide it and mislead anyone. We would tell the people as it is.
We are always honest.
And you know, Madam President, strange enough, In December, the people of Nevis had an opportunity. And they, Madam President, decided that they are better off with the Concerned Citizens Movement Party. So the job numbers, Madam President, continue to improve. We continue to see a rebounding of our economy from the onset of COVID. Madam President, we continue to see new businesses, new entrepreneurs. And we are hoping, Madam President, that with this budget, with the investment of this budget and in this budget cycle, that we will continue to see new and additional entrepreneurs taking root on the island of Nevis, Madam President. Madam President, at the Labor Department, we would hope to see a fully digitized job registration system. And why is that important, Madam President? We would like to have a fully electronic job database that will help us track all available jobs and be able to match job seekers with jobs seamlessly so that our high school graduates, our soon-to-be TVET qualified persons, our returning university graduates will focus their attention, Madam President, at the Labor Department as their primary resource when job hunting. And I know, Madam President, that the good folks at the Labor Department has the capability and the capacity to provide that service to the island of Nevis. To achieve this, we will introduce new resources, technologies. And Madam President, it is our hope that we will see this process be mobilized by the end of 2023. We are looking forward, Madam President. The job database will be built out in collaboration with other stakeholders, such as the hospitality industry. And we intend to hold consultations with other business sectors, such as the construction sector and the financial sector, Madam President, because we believe it is an all-encompassing approach, Madam President. We hope that the Labor Department will become the ultimate one-stop shop for employers and job seekers in every sector of the island of Nevis. And billing out for that service, the Labor Department will be more efficiently be able to monitor data that will assist in the development of a wide range of services that will improve not only the important decision-making, such as the appropriate wages, Madam President, like the 5% and another 5%,
Oh, yes.
and I think it's another 5%,
I think it's in the history of Nevis.
data-driven,
Nothing happening.
nothing happening, 15% and nothing happening. Madam President, I have what I would call an adopted sister in Canada. And when that increase was announced,
Do you want it to come back home?
sorry?
Do you want it to come back home?
I'll come into that. Come into that. When that increase was announced, Madam President, she has been in Canada for a long time. My aunt raised both of us, so we have that brother-sister relationship. And she said to me, Madam President, that, are you guys in Nevis crazy? 5%? In Canada, they are giving 0.0 something percent increase.
Big Canada.
Come back home. That thought was not too far from her mind. Because, Madam President, this data-driven exercise Who knows? Perhaps by the time the next 5% is introduced, the data may very well say that the 15% is still not enough. Perhaps the data may prove that another 10% may be necessary, but data-driven, Madam President. And I believe, and I stand resolute that our Labor Department will play a pivotal role, Madam President. Madam President, I want to tip my hat to the staff at the Labor Department. I often say that the staff at the Labor Department is one of a very unique family. They continue, Madam President, to be a tightly knit group. And I want to say to them that the role that they continue to play in the development of Nevis is a critically important one, Madam President. Madam President, I want to turn very quickly to our planning department. Oh, our planning department. Madam President, the Department of Physical Planning and Environment also falls under my portfolio. Now, I know that the people of Nevis have a love-hate relationship with this planning department. But I think, Madam President, that most people would also agree that the planning department is critical to ensuring that all physical development on the island needs to meet the highest standard. And in their own way, the department is also critical to the maintenance of law and order as it regards to construction and land development. I am one, Madam President, who perhaps share the view that our planning department is perhaps under-resourced. Perhaps it is. Ideally, as the vision for 2020, for 2043 develops, the planning department must be staffed with a forward planning expert, Madam President. I am resolute in the view, Madam President, that while we chart a course to 2043 and beyond, our planning department must be equipped with a forward planning expert. It must have the necessary tools driven by data to function, Madam President. I believe that it is critical if we are to strategically develop the island of Nevis. As Nevis becomes more and more attractive to foreign direct investment, the department will be equipped to meet the increased expectations of our people and our investors, Madam President. We want to position them to be able to meet those needs. Madam President, whereas in 2022 there were some 384 new planning applications. 384, but nothing is happening. I can advise, Madam President, that already for 2023, there is some 50, that figure is correct? And we are in February, and we are at 50, but nothing is happening. 50 new applicants to the planning department, Madam President. At this rate, we expect that by the end of 2023, we will definitely exceed 400 applications, Madam President, for this year. We aim for efficient turnaround time, and to this end, the department will, Madam President, in 2023, we will take a deliberate look at ways to streamline the application process. Madam President, let me say it again. We will take a deliberate look at ways to streamline the application process. What we will not do, Madam President, is to compromise the process. We will not do that. As regards public infrastructure projects, the Ministry's Project Management Unit will be engaged in reviewing and assessing all projects for viability and conformity with the laws of Nevis. And Madam President, I urge the various ministries to utilize the skill set at our Project Management Unit. They have a skill set that can assist many ministries, and I recommend them, Madam President. Madam President, as Nevis's economy continues to develop, we need to pay particular attention to the balancing of economic considerations and environmental sustainability. Proper land use management is therefore of paramount importance. It is the Department of Physical Planning and Environment that is charged with the responsibility to develop and implement a comprehensive and integrated planning system, Madam President. They have a lot of work to do. This planning system is intended to establish the direction and framework for effective development planning, as well as promote balanced growth and efficient resource utilization to achieve sustainable development on the island of Nevis. To this end, the Department of Physical Planning has commenced and continued to implement the necessary strategic measures and programs. In addition, the long-established legal framework, the department has completed, Madam President, the draft Nevis Physical Development Plan. This plan outlines the administration policies relating to land use for the development of agriculture, housing, and the commercial sectors, makes provision for the allocation of lands for healthcare, education, recreational facilities, and solid waste disposals, Madam President. It makes provision for the preservation of historical heritage and tourism sites and products. It contemplates road and utility infrastructure development. It outlines the plans for water, energy, and food security, as well as environmental management and general sustainable development, Madam President. But nothing is happening. Madam President, to manage the efficient use of our land resources, the department intends to develop the Geographic Information System, or GIS unit. Given that we are in the age of technology, this unit will prove to be of critical importance, mapping out the entire island of Nevis and allowing for better assessment of the proposed development for the different locations, as well as how each development activity affects the other. Madam President, the accurate collection and processing of GIS data is beneficial to over 70% of the NIA departments. Ministry of Education will use it. Ministry of Health, Madam President, will use it. Statistics and the Ministry of Finance will use it. Agriculture will use it. Housing will use it, Madam President. It is critical to the development of the island of Nevis. 70% of the NIA department. Madam President, they will engage in mapping of water resources, facilities, and assets, lines, tanks, valves, bulk meters, etc. And when we think about lines, Madam President, that is critical, because sometimes we have certain road development and the excavator go in and rupture 8-inch lines, shut off a section of the island because of that, Madam President. And we want to mitigate against those, Madam President. The project would seek to help in the mapping of agricultural lands, hazard map development, which include drought, flood, etc., road mapping, among others, Madam President. It is the intention of the department to include all relevant governmental departments to develop an integrated system which is accessible and usable in the performance of duties. Madam President, we have already started the process. As Madam President, there was an initial meeting convened, and that meeting included the Departments of Agriculture, Inland Revenue, the Public Works, the Water Services, Disaster Management, and NEVLEC. Madam President, as I said, we are on the road to 2043. Madam President, the change in climatic pattern is a global concern, and is one that must be at the forefront when making decisions regarding development, which is directly related to our economic prosperity. Change in climate pattern, Madam President. Sea level rise, global warming, and extreme weather events such as hurricanes, droughts, and high rainfall intensity affect the type and location of our economic and social activities, Madam President. The proposed data collection and analysis program of the department is intended to be used as a basis for climate-related interventions as well as critical decision-making. We wouldn't want, Madam President, to put a school close to the ocean. We wouldn't want, Madam President, to put our road network close to the coast, because coastal erosion will definitely interfere with it. Madam President, the overarching goal of the department, which we hope to achieve at least 50 to 70% success within the medium term, is very much aligned with our mission. That is, to develop and implement a comprehensive and integrated planning system that will establish the direction and framework for effective development planning and promote balanced growth and efficient resource utilization in achieving sustainable development on the island of Nevis. Madam President, the Physical Planning Department is already looking into the future. And we feel that they will continue to play a critical role in the development of the island of Nevis. I want to appeal to the people of Nevis. I want to appeal to all developers to ensure that you develop that cohesive relationship with our planning department. The planning department, Madam President, is not an institution or establishment that is there to be an obstructionist. That is not their intention. Their intention, Madam President, is to ensure that the development of the island of Nevis is done in accordance with the laws that we have passed in this Parliament, Madam President. And I encourage all of our people to cooperate and work with them. Madam President, I move very quickly to our postal sector. One of the most critical elements of my portfolio is the post office. And, Madam President, most people under the age of 35 know the post office only as a place where Amazon packages are collected. Many people have no concept of the scope of services offered by the post office. As a traditional means of communication, the post office may have fallen out of use for some people. But globally, Madam President, Post has occupied the attention of the United Nations Development Program. The Nevis Post Office is part of the Universal Postal Union and shares the vision for posts that has been articulated by the Union as part of its own vision for 2040. See, Madam President, we are in line. They are talking about 2040. I am speaking about 2043. In Nevis, however, the question is, where would Post likely to be in the next 10 to 20 years, Madam President, from now? To meet customers' expectations, our post office has to become more competitive. Within the space at which the communications market is changing, Post has to respond in kind and tap into new communications and information technologies to develop new products and services to meet our customers' expectations. Madam President, the digitalization of businesses in today's world cannot be ignored. And to be successful and at the same time improve customer satisfaction and benefit, technological innovation is imperative. The postal sector has a network that allows the exchange of communication around the world, which is a tool that positions and enables the post to expand its services. Madam President, prior to COVID-19, Post was viewed only as a network with the traditional way of delivering letters and parcels. But I believe that during and after COVID, the entire world have now begun to look at Post in a different light. Madam President, now our goal is to highlight the unique position of the Post to reach our customers far and wide through technological advancement. It is time for Post to be relied on for e-commerce, e-government, e-finance, and various digital services within our reach. These must form part of the future functionality, Madam President, of Post on the road to 2043. Madam President, the Universal Postal Union is committed to partnering with the private sector across the 192 member countries of the United Nations, and with industry stakeholders and organizations that share the same objectives of inclusive, innovative, and sustainable development. Madam President, the island of Nevis, and by extension, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, ought not to be an exception. We need to get on board. Our intention, therefore, Madam President, are to digitally connect Posts, and we intend to position ourselves to make all the technical preparations so we will be ready to board a train, Madam President. Madam President, believe it or not, the entire global network of Posts has over some 600,000 offices. When I saw the figure, Madam President, I had to double check and ask if it was a misprint. But it wasn't. 600,000 offices and more than 5 million staff worldwide. And that, Madam President, is offering us an amazing opportunity to sell Nevis to millions. To millions of people around the world. I believe, Madam President, that our post office is uniquely placed to market and to sell Nevis. The time has come for Post to shine and to shine brightly, Madam President. Our vision, Madam President, is to take advantage of the alleviation of trade barriers that hinder the internationalization of micro, small, and medium enterprises, the demand to access international markets, and efficiently by national and international service providers is offering logistical solutions will provide access to international trade, Madam President. The Post Office is uniquely placed. The postal sector assists in providing openness to international trade by taking advantage of our reach and the dimensional network of physical, financial, and electronic services, Madam President. Madam President, we want to ensure, Madam President, that we can offer quality postal and delivery service by improving the addressing and postcode system, which is essential for the national infrastructure and socio-economic development on the island of Nevis, and by extension, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Universal Postal Union has initiated a global addressing drive dubbed Addressing the World, an address for everyone, Madam President, with the objective of finding solutions to the challenges associated with addressing. Madam President, could we imagine here in Nevis we can tap into that addressing system globally? We can stop right here in Charlestown and sell something to someone in Chile through this addressing system. Madam President, we want to ensure that we can achieve security of mail and safety for our postmen by regulating the delivery of mails to receptacles and private letterboxes. It is an effort, Madam President, to ensure every household on the island erect or has access to a letterbox. It is something, Madam President, that we will have to give serious consideration to. Our postmen, as our water meter readers, oftentimes we have some vicious dogs on the island of Nevis. Sometimes mails are not delivered because of that. Sometimes we go to person's property. No one is home, Madam President, and we have to make a decision whether to leave the mail or don't. There are critical and important mails that need to be delivered, Madam President, on time. And we have, Madam President, to give some serious consideration to regulating the delivery of mail. Madam President, in 2023, we intend to continue the tradition of honoring our centenarian with a postal stamp. In 2022, Madam President, we had 2 honorees, Clarence Hendrickson and Mr. Bertram Roach. I want to use this opportunity, Madam President, to say to the general public, if you are having a loved one that is reaching or attaining the age of 100 this year, kindly reach out to our post office so that, Madam President, we can start the process of honoring them later in this year. I want to congratulate those honorees for 2022, and we certainly look forward, Madam President, to the honorees of 2023. They certainly deserve, Madam President, a badge of honor. And again, Madam President, marketing Nevis with our centenarians throughout the entire world, Madam President. Madam President, when someone perhaps take up a package from Nevis and they see a picture on it by someone named Mr. Bertram Roach, somebody will be curious to know who and try to find out who is Mr. Bertram Roach. They will find out that that person is from Nevis. And they would be curious to know where is Nevis. And perhaps they would want to travel to Nevis to find out all about Nevis, Madam President. The benefits, Madam President, from this initiative is endless. And I believe it is an initiative that will live long into the future, Madam President. Madam President, I want to turn very quickly to our disaster management unit, which is a new addition to the ministry. And Madam President, in 2022, the disaster management was winding up or winding down, so to speak, Madam President, the COVID-19 pandemic activities and involvement. And that, Madam President, I want to say to our disaster management director and staff, I also want to pay homage to the former minister with responsibility for disaster management, that it was as a result of their involvement. It was as a result of their hard work and commitment and being a part of a team, Madam President, that the island of Nevis was able to come out on the other side of COVID stronger and better, Madam President. And I want to thank those good folks at our disaster management and all of those who would have participated, Madam President, to protecting the island of Nevis, Madam President, during COVID. Madam President, we continue to manage our flood management system. And we have a number of areas, Madam President, that are prone to flooding. Bath Gut, Camps Gut, Stony Grove. It is a critical component, Madam President, of the management of our flood management system. It is a warning system that continues to alert the people of Nevis, Madam President, whenever there is the possibility of flooding in those areas. We continue with our public awareness campaign, our public awareness monthly campaign. Earthquake, tsunamis, Madam President, are a natural disaster that we continue to be threatened with here on the island of Nevis. And our disaster management, Madam President, continue its awareness program to update the general public. Madam President, the hurricane season of 2022, we saw some 14 named storms develop, of which 8 became hurricanes and 2 became major hurricanes. Fiona and Ian, both were Category 4 storms, Madam President. The Emergency Operations Center was activated on the 16th of September 2022 on the occasion of the passing of Tropical Storm Fiona. And while the island, Madam President, suffered minimal damage to the energy sector, some 75,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars. Somehow I feel that that figure is underreported. Madam President, we also endured some rain bands in association with the tropical storm Nicole on the 7th of November 2022. And we, Madam President, saw again some minimal damage here on the island of Nevis, some 538,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars. Madam President, looking forward when it comes to our disaster management, it is our intention and our hope, Madam President, to implement a number of projects for the improving of disaster resilience on Nevis. And when, Madam President, we think about the improving of disaster resilience, Madam President, let us look at our infrastructure in energy. NEVLEC. It would be, Madam President, a wonderful initiative that by the year 2043, that all of NEVLEC's high tension and low voltage lines would be placed underground. Maybe I'm dreaming, but it is possible, Madam President, if we are serious about improving our disaster resilience, Madam President. We have some infrastructure, Madam President, also in water. Our main distribution lines are already on the ground. By nature, they are resilient, Madam President, to natural disasters. We have many of our storage tanks. And based on the science, and I believe that the engineer will help me out here, once they are filled at a certain capacity, they can withstand category 1. Madam, very scientific, Madam President. Madam President, so it is critical, Madam President, that we continue to build in a resilient way, Madam President. Madam President, in 2023, the disaster management intend to have oversight of a number of training workshops. First responders, advanced medical training that will, Madam President, be done in 2023. Madam President, summer safety program for children under the age of 8 to 16. And this, Madam President, is a critical program for the island of Nevis. Oftentimes, children are left alone at home and they can get themselves into certain activities, Madam President, that will put them in danger. I am hoping that this summer safety program for children of ages 8 to 16 would be oversubscribed, Madam President, to ensure that our children are better equipped to deal with safety issues, Madam President, not only in their homes, but at school and while they are out at play, Madam President. Madam President, we intend to see the radio communications techniques for government agencies. We intend, Madam President, to have a Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance for training workshop. We intend, Madam President, to see the UNICEF water and sanitation training, UNICEF emergency response and CERT training, Madam President, in 2023. Madam President, we want to see a number of revisions to the St. Nevis country work program to address the gaps identified in the CDM audit. Madam President, we want to also publish Hazard Awareness 2023 calendar of events. And that, Madam President, we feel would give the general public more notice of what are some of the hazards, Madam President, on the island of Nevis. Madam President, we have a number of initiatives that we also are pursuing here on the island of Nevis. The installation of our UHF radio repeater communication network, linking the hospital, ambulance, police, fire service, and disaster management in collaboration with the Four Seasons Home Owner Association, Madam President. The Minister of Health would have spoke about this earlier. And I believe, Madam President, that this is an initiative that will well benefit the island and the people of Nevis. Madam President, the disaster management is a critical component to this ministry. And it creates greater synergy, Madam President, with, for example, our Public Works Department. Oftentimes in disaster management, the Public Works Department often partner with disaster. And I believe that it was a good mix, Madam President, to now assign disaster management where our Public Works Department, where our water services is now aligned. I believe, Madam President, it is a good mix. And I want to thank the head of government, our Premier, for being so inclined, Madam President. Madam President, in closing, I want to take this opportunity, Madam President, to say thanks. To say thanks, Madam President, to two of the ministry's stalwart who retired in 2022. I want to thank, Madam President, Ms. Andrea Simon for her long and dedicated service as the office manager, office administrator, advisor at the Ministry of Communications and Works, Madam President. One of the first telephone calls that I got in 2017 when I became the minister with responsibility for that ministry, the person said to me, "You have a good human resource in the person of Ms. Simon. Please to keep her." And Madam President, I have learned so much from Ms. Simon. And I believe, Madam President, that if there is someone who is fitting for a golden medal, Madam President, is Ms. Simon. I want to stand in this honorable house, Madam President, and to say to Ms. Andrea Simon that the people of Nevis are indeed grateful for her service and dedication over the many, many years that she has served in the Ministry of Communication and Works. I believe, Madam President, that in the years that she was the office administrator, I have become, I think, a much measured person. Because getting into government, you felt that you can do everything, and you can fix everything, and you can respond to everything. But Ms. Simon was able to say to me, "Mr. Minister, A, B, C, and D." And I learned that after D comes E. And I want to thank Ms. Simon, Madam President. I want to wish her happy retirement and good health. And I want to place on the record the appreciation of the people of Nevis for the service of Ms. Andrea Simon. I want to also, Madam President, thank, I often call him my boss, Dr. Ernest Stapleton. Dr. Stapleton retired a few months ago. And again, Madam President, I believe that the island of Nevis and the people of Nevis need to appreciate the yeoman service of Dr. Ernest Stapleton to the island in the development of the island of Nevis. He has been one of those persons, Madam President, our offices are separated by a door, a common door. And oftentimes, Dr. Stapleton would just, and we would have a conversation. And I believe, Madam President, that the experience, the wisdom, the patience, and the foresight of Dr. Ernest Stapleton has made Nevis a much, much better place. Much better place. I want to personally, Madam President, thank him personally, because he has been a source of good advice. It's one thing to get advice, but it's another thing to get good advice. Because not all advice are good, Madam President. Some of those advice lead you over a cliff. And I believe that the years working with Dr. Stapleton, he has given me good advice. Strange enough, when we had that party in celebration for him, he did indicate that he started with my brother, and he's ending with myself. And he wondered if that was something of divine intervention. I don't know. Madam President, I want to, as I said, from this rostrum in this honorable house, to pay tribute to Dr. Stapleton. He has been and he has given sterling contribution to the island and the people of Nevis. And we are indeed grateful, Madam President, for his tenure in the Ministry of Communication and Works, Madam President. Madam President, all politics are local. All politics. And Madam President, in the campaign of 2017, I would have given certain commitments to the people of St. Paul's. And Madam President, with the onset of COVID, we recognized that focus had to be shifted. We understand, Madam President, that all of us on this side would have given commitments to our various constituencies. COVID came, and many of those commitments, Madam President, had to be deferred. 2022, Madam President, we also gave additional commitments to our various constituencies. And, Madam President, despite the various financial and budgetary constraints, I am very hopeful that in this dispensation that we would be able to greater deliver, Madam President, on a greater portion of those commitments that we gave to our various constituencies. I understand, Madam President, that we are in a time where finances and resources are difficult and scarce. I understand that, and I appreciate that. But I'm hoping that in the short to medium term, Madam President, that many of those commitments would be realized. And I want to say to the good people of St. Paul's, who sent me back here in December 2022, that we will continue to work to ensure that those commitments are delivered to our constituency. Madam President, finally, as part of my vision for 2043, I fervently hope that this assembly will have long been relocated to a purpose-built building that houses not only the assembly itself, but adequate office space for you, Madam President. Madam President, you see how they like to provoke me? Madam President, Charlestown would be a good place to put it. Madam President, the fact is, it doesn't really matter, Madam President. It doesn't really matter. To house not only the assembly itself, but the adequate office space for you and the clerk. I would like to see, Madam President, a nice conference room, a library, and for the use of members. The assembly itself, Madam President, I believe would be fully digitized so that the proceedings of the sitting can be properly recorded and printed copies be made available for posterity. In Nevis 2043, Madam President, members of the Assembly will be looking at the 22nd century. They will need to be ready for that future, Madam President. Madam President, to help them get there, I fully support the budget that the Honorable Premier has presented, focusing as it is on equipping our people to meet the future in education, in health, in sports, and in the environment that is built on a sound infrastructural development that we will commence in this term of office. The Nevis Appropriations 2023 Bill 2023 outlines a budget that will facilitate a roadmap, Madam President, to 2043. Madam President, I am indeed proud to offer my support to this bill, and I do wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House. Madam President, may I please.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise to wrap up what has been, in my view, a good debate, one that was interrupted yesterday owing to the commitments by some members on the government side to the National Parliament on St. Kitts. We are, however, back here today, and I believe that the speeches have been relatively short, and I would commit, Madam President, to try and keep my comments relatively short as well. Madam President, we have sought to deliver a budget that we feel is fit for purpose, given the circumstances in which the island finds itself. And sometimes when I listen to the opposition, I get the sense that they live in an alternate universe. That the Nevis that they inhabit is somehow a different Nevis to that everyone else inhabits. I would wish to start by reiterating a point made by the Honourable Member for Nevis 3. Because in his budget presentation, he marveled as I marveled, as indeed I think any right-thinking member of our society will marvel, that the lone member of the NRP opposite would seek in her response to the budget to say that on the 12th of December last year, Nevisians voted for change. And it is ironic that he made a note of it, the good member for number 3, and I made a note of it, and the member for number 1 said he made a note of it. Because unless one is existing in some alternate world, one ought to understand that in any election, in a democracy, that the people have a choice. And once the people have voted and the votes have been tallied, a government is formed. And so it was indeed a marvelous invention that somebody sitting in opposition could say that people voted for a change. So prior to December 12th, 2022, the NRP was in opposition in Nevis. After December 12th, 2022, the NRP remains in opposition in Nevis. But we hear the lone member of the NRP come to the House to say that people voted for change. Well, that is why I say it must be an alternative universe. It's an alternative reality. And that pervades much of what passes as public debate in our country. Anything that the government seeks to do is bad. Let's criticize. Anything and everything. We have heard, for example, that there's no investment. And my colleagues who spoke on this side have repeatedly and in a way mockingly, as they set out their various accomplishments, ended with the punchline, nothing is happening. Because no matter what happens, no matter the obvious progress on this island, nothing is happening. Any good news, there is some effort to devalue it. And I wonder sometimes if there's a lack of patriotism. If people could only love Nevis when they're in office, when they're in this side in government. Because if that is the case, we have something demonstrably wrong. Wherever we are, and I used to sit over there at one point, I started my parliamentary career over on the opposition benches. But the constant doom and gloom and nothing is happening and everything on this island is bad. You build a road, you're wasting money on road, whatever road they're building. Another day, look at all the roads that need fixing. All the potholes in the roads. No investors are coming to Nevis. They say that I say investors were out at sea. And up to now they can't reach shore. They say that I say. Because I don't recall ever saying such. But whenever an investor comes ashore, what is the response? MSR Media came here in the middle of the pandemic. We were able to persuade them to come and to make movies on Nevis and start to help us to create a film industry. What was the response from the opposition? Cuss. They went, they delve up Mr. Martinez's past. Put out all kind of things about the man. The man was this, the man was that, the man was the other. And forget that MSR at one point was employing over 90 people on this island. We are an open government. We don't seek to hide from the people of Nevis. And we came and we said to the people of Nevis that we were providing MSR with support to the tune of $150,000. We said so. But where did that money go, Madam President? MSR came in and MSR had a plan. They said during the pandemic, since the rest of the world is bad in terms of the record for COVID-19. And Nevis was doing so well. Let me say that again. Nevis was doing so well. We had the best record on COVID management in the region. When we asked the opposition to partner with us, they sent me a letter saying, not them. That was their response. We pressed on alone and had the best record. It was our record on COVID management that enticed MSR to come. And MSR, I remember talking to them, it was December of 2020. And I spoke to them via Zoom, they were in Barbados. And the gentleman said, are these numbers that I'm seeing for COVID in Nevis correct? I said, yes. We had not had a case, I think, in several weeks. And they made the decision to come. They came in January of 2021. And the gentleman said, they secured lodging for all of his crew at a place called Hamilton Villas. That's what the name? Yes. Hamilton. What is the name? Hamilton Beach. I'm sure the member opposite is familiar with that particular business establishment. Hamilton Beach. And they said to the government, that is where our people are going to stay. And we said, if that is where they're going to stay, that is where they will stay. And what we negotiated with MSR, that the public should know, is that we did not give MSR any money directly. Here was our simple plan. We said, since MSR is bringing people in to stay, who works at Hamilton? Nevis people.
Yes.
Does Hamilton pay electricity and water? Yes, they do. And so we said to MSR, you know what we are going to do? We are going to pay Hamilton. We are going to pay Hamilton for your people staying at Hamilton. And for the whole of 2021, and I believe the whole of 2022, I believe the bill was well in excess of $50,000 US a month that we paid to Hamilton in order to house the crew. We then said that we will also pay the Four Seasons, villas, whatever you may have, when the stars come, because the model was a simple model. They moved all of their crew and equipment to Nevis and stayed in Nevis. And then as they finished one movie, the stars for that movie left and they brought in new stars for the next movie, using the same crew. And so the people who were moving back and forth were the actors and actresses. And we said, we will pay for the accommodation for those people when they're here. That was more expensive, and I'll admit that. Because sometimes, especially at the Four Seasons, where some of them chose to stay, depending on the time of year, the rates got quite high. Although we tried to negotiate the best rates that we can. Now I say that because it must be clear that the strategy that we use as a government was to incentivize them to come, but not necessarily by putting money into their pockets directly, but by paying hotels and villas and places like Four Seasons and Hamilton to host them. And that way, we made a direct contribution to keeping people employed during COVID. I want the public to understand the strategy. We made a direct contribution to keeping people employed during COVID. The workers at Hamilton, the workers at Four Seasons. That's what we did. And when I hear the huge song and dance about the government and the government did this, and I say, well, who are the beneficiaries of what the government did? Eric, you own a hotel somewhere? You get anything out of it? Troy, you're a shareholder in Hamilton? No. Who are the beneficiaries? Who got the catering for the people? Where did they stay? And rather than looking at this and saying, that's what governments around the world do. That's what governments around the world do. Governments provide support, incentives, partnerships. I hear language now being used as if it is something new. Public-private partnership. Commonplace. That's what happens to attract investment and investors. Now, what has been the return? MSR has done 9 films here. 9. I got a call, a WhatsApp, yesterday. Not yesterday, the last time we were here. Tuesday. From a friend of mine who's traveling to Rome. And the person said that one of the films is showing on their flight to Rome. I want us to consider that. That every person who's sitting now on some of these airlines, I want to feel is Delta Airlines, is now being able to see films made here in Nevis, talking about Nevis. We could not afford to buy that level of promotion. What is the response from the opposition? Cost the people. Cost them. Say all kind of things about them. Call them fraudsters and gangsters and all kinds of names. That is their response. They say they want investment. We are seeking to create something new on the island. You know how many youngsters on the island now, Madam President, know a bit more than they did about videography, about editing, about sound, lighting, costume, makeup. Ask people like Vaughn Anslin, who became the principal set designer for these people. There's a young lady called Wallace. Therese? I want to feel it's Therese, but a young lady called Wallace from St. James. Terence? Who was there with them, I believe, in the costume area. Talk to people like Sherry Gage, my friend, who was doing makeup for them. They started this acting academy right here at NIPPA, where the stars came in and worked with locals who were interested in acting. Right here in Nevis. And it has not stopped there. Because of that investment, because of that partnership, others are now interested in coming to Nevis. Early in April, we will have an African-American woman who will be coming here to see us. And she has won 2 Daytime Emmy Awards. She was the producer of the Oprah Winfrey Show. And she is intrigued. She's asking, how is this little island doing this? I want to partner. I had lunch last week with a Canadian actress and producer of Nevisian heritage, who happens to be right here on Nevis as we speak, and who we are talking to about partnering to see what more we can do here for film in Nevis. Out of the box thinking, trying to create something from nothing in the middle of COVID, when the rest of the world was shutting down and everybody was holding their head and saying, woe is me, woe is me. This government not only had the best record on COVID management, but we were trying to find new ways to keep this island afloat. The response from the opposition cost the people. Cost them. The lone member of the NRP, opposite. Because they win 2 seats and lose 1. Started some talk about Candy Resort. And I just smiled to myself because I said, you know, it's good that God is not like man. Candy Resort. These folks came here to invest. They bought land in the St. James area. They started to construct a development for which they had done an EIA, environmental impact assessment. When the development got to planning, my understanding is that planning said the development was too dense. And so the people reduced the number of units that they were going to do. They had planning approval. And when they started, the same NRP somehow now found a new friend. I say a new friend because she used to be my friend before she was their friend. And that lady had lots of money. And the lady vowed that she didn't want any Chinese next to her. I want Nevis people to understand what has been at work in this island. She don't want any Chinese next to her. And she rushed to court to say that the EIA was not done properly and their environmental concerns. NRP jump up, start to support. Start to support. There was a court case. You know, I hear the member opposite, the good member for number 4. She said the unusual happened. Because that was said by the judge. And I smiled because I said, if I were to speak in this house about the tenure of some people when they headed organizations abroad and the unusual happened because people went to jail, the house wouldn't finish good today. I vowed this year to be a kinder, gentler premier. Yesterday was Ash Wednesday. So I'm going to leave that. Because if I start to talk about who make hand make foot and run come back here, the thing ain't going to end good. So I'm going to leave that alone. But they started to support this lady who did not have the interests of this island at heart. Her concern was no Chinese must build next to her. I did not know there was a ban on Chinese investors, but that was the approach, and the NRP jumped up. When this matter went to court, I recall like yesterday, the matter was held in the magistrate court, interestingly. The High Court judge sat in the magistrate court. I'm not sure why, but that's where it was held. And I was to give evidence. And when I walked in, I believe every known supporter of the NRP was in the court. So many of them, I wanted to know if all of them turned journalists. They were in the court because I was to be cross-examined. And they were hungry for some negativity to come out of it. But when the judge ruled, what did the judge say? I lose again. So happened. The judge ruled against this woman. She appealed to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal ruled against her again. She sought leave to go to the Privy Council in England. Well, let me not say she, because unfortunately she has passed away. God rest her soul. Her estate sought leave to go to the Privy Council. The Privy Council said, we're not going to give you leave. There's no issue here. There's no issue here. But here we're being told the unusual happened. What was the unusual? Just the constant negative, base, ugly propaganda. And anytime there's any semblance of movement on this island in terms of investors, they find some way to attack. So you ask the question. On the one hand, the attacks come fast and furious. No investment coming to Nevis. But every time somebody comes, look out for the NRP. They will be first in line to attack, to denigrate. I have mentioned MSR. And the scathing attacks on this gentleman. Scathing attacks. Why? Why? Because he come to invest on the CCM. No other reason. No concern about the jobs that are being created. No concern that Hamilton sold out and Four Seasons getting business and Villas getting business and people working. No. Let us attack because it's something that happened on the CCM and therefore we must attack it. Candy Resort. Now, you know, every time I drive into St. James, my heart hurts. You know why? My heart hurts because I pass there now and what could have been a thriving little development is now an eyesore. Is now an eyesore. And I wonder sometimes, is that the result that some people want for Nevis?
Yes, of course.
Is that the result? An eyesore when you drive there. And they drive by and they laugh. Look, a failed project. Why did the project fail? Why did the project fail and what was their role in that project failing? Jump up and support somebody whose interest was not Nevis, but them no want no Chinese next to them. That's what NRP was supporting. And having lost High Court, lost Court of Appeal, lost the application to go to the Privy Council, NRP still a crow about the same thing. I'm not going to stop there, you know. There was a development over here called Paradiso. When we got into office in 2013, it was shuttered, mothballed. We went to work with the people. How can we reopen Paradiso? Millions of dollars were spent to acquire and then to reopen. It is now the most luxurious and most successful tourism installation on the island of Nevis. Something we're very proud of. The people came and the people said they now wanted to expand. And so they wanted to build some bungalows along the ocean front of their property. Went through the process. Now that would represent an investment. I think they will build, what, 5 or 6 of these 2-bedroom bungalows. Again, our dependable friends in the NRP. Start big noise. Big noise again. And confusion about this development. And they love, just like Candy Resort, hide behind the environment when it suits them. When it suits them, they hide behind the environment. That's what they do. They like to say, well, this is environmentally this and environmentally that. It's an excuse to try to oppose development on the island of Nevis, so that they can then use the narrative nothing is happening, because that is the mantra. So every project, oh, this needs to be done, and that needs to be done, and the other needs to be done. Oh, and by the way, nothing happened on Nevis. It is a foolish approach to development. That is not parliamentary language. It is a poor approach to development. But they have no clue. They've never managed anything. And what they've managed, well, we know the unusual happened. So the reality is,
I recognize the honourable member for Nevis 4. Before you proceed, can you just indicate to me which rule is the subject of your point of order?
I rise on a point of order. Madam President.
Yes, honourable member. I'm asking for you to refer me to the specific rule that is the subject of the point of order. Perhaps you can indicate.
Yes, Madam President, I cannot.
Is there an issue of procedure that has arisen, honourable member?
Madam President, 43, Section 3. It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of the National Assembly. Madam President, with regards to the member for number 2, speaking with reference to the member for number 4 being engaged in efforts to prevent development of Nevis, especially with regards to the final project mentioned, the Paradiso Beach Resort. Madam President, may I declare to the court that the member for number 4 was actively involved with that project development and actually assisted the developers to get the project moving and to get the project approved. And so, to the extent that the member for number 2 is ridiculing the member for number 4 in capacity as leader of the Nevis Reformation Party, I ask that such conduct not be allowed to, or such presentation not be allowed to continue.
Honourable Member, I note your comment. You referred to Section 43(3), which speaks to offensive and insulting language, which I did not hear, but I note your comment.
Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, thank you. I would wish, however, to be very clear to the House and to the public that I have not once during my presentation on that particular matter said anything about the member for number 4. I have said the NRP. And in fact, since the member for number 4 has risen, I will remind her that when she was part of that project, she was not part of NRP. NRP came later in her life. So I just want to make that very clear. That I'm talking about what the NRP as a party has, what their modus operandi has been in relation to development on Nevis. Villa Paradiso. Huge song and dance. Again, an adjoining landowner went to court, and the court made a ruling that these beautiful villas should be knocked down. You all remember?
Yes.
And it was like Christmas come early in Nevis. Celebration. Mark you, investment they say isn't coming. Here's a man invested millions of dollars, and they were supporting an adjoining landowner who has not done anything with his land in well over a decade to say that the man's villas must be knocked down. And then, oh, we did all this wrong and we did that. That is the mantra. The people worked it out. The villas are standing there. When the gentleman came, when the hurricanes of 2017, I think, decimated the beach, I worked with the Honorable Senator, our Minister with responsibility for education. He was, at the time, with Public Works, I believe. And we were able to replenish the sand and rebuild the beach. Big controversy. Every day they went down to the video. I will invite now, Madam President, remember for number 4, and all the public to go down now and see that Paradise Beach is one of the most beautiful beaches on Nevis. Every time there's an effort to make a step forward, their response is a negative. And you see how many examples I've used? I use MSI. I use Candy Resort. I use Paradiso now, Paradise Beach. And it gets me now to the airport. For years, we have known that the airport has lost its relevance insofar as the advances in aviation are concerned. In fact, I was reminded by the Honorable Alexis Jeffers who's capably leading that project for the NIA, that the last investment at the Van Samry was over 20 years ago. The opposition in Nevis, constant battle cry, nothing happening at the airport dead. Changing the name, that's all kind of things. The airport is dead. And they and their supporters have had this crescendo of sound and fury about the airport being dead. We know that we can't build the economy here. We can't build tourism unless we have airlift. We know that the airlift into St. Kitts has been inadequate and that there have been complaints from our major provider here, the Four Seasons, that sometimes they have large groups, they can't get them in. We sat down, we have been working on this, thinking about, in fact, the consultants we are using on that project, a Perez Consulting, we have been engaged with them for about 4 or 5 years now. And we have had conversations, but let us be realistic, and that's why I say I like to be open and transparent with the people of Nevis. We have big dreams, just like families and individuals have big dreams. Oftentimes the problem is having the money to realize those dreams. Which of us would not like to own a nice home or a nice car? But sometimes we don't have the resources immediately available to us, and that is the problem of a small island economy. Whoever stands in this position tomorrow as Minister of Finance in Nevis is going to have the same problem. How do you satisfy all of the demands with the small tax base and the limited revenue that you have? We don't have gold, we don't have oil. How do you do it? That is a constant challenge. I'm not going to run away from it. And so the airport project was always on the cards, but we never had the resources to make it happen. We found an investor. And we have not yet finalized the agreement with that investor, but we found an investor. And along the way, during my press conference, during various public engagements, I have said that we are negotiating and we are seeking to develop the airport, and we have outlined what our vision for the airport is going to be. What has been the response of the NRP? Mind you, they said the airport dead. One would have thought that if the airport is dead, then all Nevisians would be interested in bringing it back to life. No. I see some foolish headline that they put out about meet the new owner of the airport. The airport has been sold. And since the member of number 4 wants to get in the do, the member for number 4 put out something talking about anxiety. Oh, she wrote to me. That's what she did. She wrote to me, as Premier of Nevis, and said that there is anxiety in the community. Well, there must be anxiety if you're creating the anxiety. Because what is the anxiety? The only anxiety in Nevis about the airport is NRP created anxiety. Because we have said, we are in negotiations. We have never undertaken a major development in the history of this island, not under my watch, without consultations. I challenge anybody to point out, Madam President, where we have failed to consult. We go into the communities, Butlers, Bath, Brown Hill. We consult. Cotton Ground. So I don't understand when we say we are in negotiations. And when you're in negotiations, you see, go back to whether you understand. I have a quote here now. I have a quote here. Will was looking for somewhere to use it. See if I can find it. I want to find it. Bear with me. It was an interesting quote. And the quote here said, people come to things they don't understand. People come to things they don't understand. Does it member for number 5? Member for number 5 was not here today. People come to things they don't understand. I don't know who she was talking about, but I like the quote. Because the point that I'm seeking to make is that if one understands government and negotiations and discussions, I can't come tell the public, oh, the man asks for 10% and I tell him, no, I'm only going to give him 8, and we're still talking. Or the man says 7 and I say, no, I'm going to give you 5. That is not how negotiations are not done in public, Madam President. You sit down. That's why people elect governments. You sit down, you have your discussions. You then come to the public when you have something to say to the public. And what I said to the public was that we are in negotiations. That is what I said. We are in negotiations. Now, hear what happened. Going back to the approach of the NRP, their modus operandi. Somebody hacked into the man's systems in France. And they published a memorandum that we had entered into with the gentleman. And again, if you're not somebody who come to something that you don't understand, you would appreciate that a memorandum only sets out bargaining positions. It is not something enforceable in law. It's not a contract. It's a memorandum of understanding. And so they published and they said something about airport and this man going to come here and do this and do that and he going to have this. Oh my goodness, it was manna from heaven for the NRP. They went crazy with it. And the good member for number 4 take up her good self. Put on she good clothes and she good shoes. Go on out, they say she had protest at the airport. Massive protest, 6 people. Massive protest with 6 people over at the airport. Why? Creating alarm. And you know what bothered me? The good member for number 4 wrote to me, lovely letter. Tell me about how much anxiety she and Nevis have over this airport. I wrote back and I said to her what I've always said. The matter is under negotiations. We're not yet in a position to come to the people with any final position because there is no final position as yet. The next thing I know, I see her letter and my letter on the internet. It means I can't even communicate with the good member on any serious level. Her letter and my letter. But you see, that is what happens when people come to things they don't understand. They just jump up, hear something I play, and run in. They don't understand. Didn't remember for number 5, I wish she was here, I would have said, well said, member for number 5. Write to the Premier of Nevis a formal letter that is responded to formally. And before the ink dry, it done on Facebook. Complete, utter. A very poor approach to governance, to Nevis. Oh, there's some quotes on leadership as well. I'm going to get to those. Complete breakdown. The government and opposition aren't enemies, They're not enemies. The government and opposition should be able. Listen, I listened to the member for number 5. You think I didn't want the member for number 5 to lose her seat in the last election? I worked hard, but she prevailed. That's democracy. But I listened to the member for number 5 yesterday, and the member for number 5 came, and the member for number 5 said, listen, there are some good things about the budget. Tuesday, sorry. There are some good things about the budget, but there are some other things that I don't appreciate, I don't like. And here is what I would want for my constituents in St. Thomas's. Well, that is what we're supposed to do. That's what we're supposed to do. And from what she has said, she even went so far as to offer her services. The government doesn't own Nevis. The government and opposition must be able to work together. But when the opposition constantly has an approach to any development on this island, which is to denigrate and criticize and seek to create anxiety, let me use the good word that the member for number 4 employed. I mean, how am I to treat the member for number 4 with any seriousness? If she writes to me the next time, what should I do? Answer? Or I just go on radio and read out what she writes and say, this is my answer. So before the good member gets a chance to put it on Facebook, I put it out there first. I don't understand. I don't understand. What is the purpose of seeking to engage? They like to talk about good governance. They like to talk about transparent, how things should be done. But then every action is anathema to what they say. So, Nevisians, I believe, have a choice to make. We want the airport to remain as it is, obsolete, not doing anything for the economic development of Nevis, or we want to develop the airport. If we want to develop the airport, then let us sit down and discuss it. Why the marching and the antagonism and carry 6 people out in the hot sun? Why? I see my good friend Miguel Mills out there. I say, Lord, may I see Miguel in a long time. Miguel out there in some hot sun. Suppose something had happened to Miguel. I mean, what would the member of number 4 have said if something had happened to my friend Miguel? Hot sun. Leave Swanee alone. And I'm saying that cannot be a sensible approach to development for the island of Nevis. I have more examples, but I will not belabor because I think I've made the point. MSR and the attacks on MSR. Candy Resort and siding with somebody whose interest was they don't want the Chinese in their neighborhood. Paradiso. And lastly, I've referred to the airport. Same approach from the NRP. They say no investment coming, but whenever an investor comes, confusion and chaos and anxiety in the country. Let me look carefully at this whole issue of the economy. Because people look to the budget, naturally, for some economic stimulation. They look to see what the government's direction is. And given the constraints under which we operate, I believe that we have sought, and I want to thank all of my cabinet colleagues, the good people at the Ministry of Finance, and in fact all the ministries, for their efforts in putting together year after year budgets which aren't perfect, but which set out the plans and programs for the government. I want to make a headline point, and that is that sometimes when I listen to the debate or what passes for debate in this island, and you especially hear the opposition cries, one would be tempted to forget that from 2020 to 2022, the world was shut down due to this global pandemic. One might be tempted to forget. Because I hear people saying, oh, the debt increase. Well, perhaps another government would have taken the option of laying off public workers. Tell them, I'm sorry, we have no revenue coming in, so you all go home. Perhaps some would have said, the government will not spend anything on infrastructure, so we're not going to do any roads or any kind of infrastructural development. Perhaps some would have said, don't give the farmers any stimulus. Don't give any break at NEVLEC or the Water Department. That the honorable member for number 3, the caring, loving member for number 3, who used to tell me at all hours he was up taking calls from people who were in distress on this island, that we should have told them, sorry, we can't help you. No social services, no stimulus, no relief to people, no removal of VAT and duties on people doing construction to try and stimulate the construction sector. No waiver of the alien and holding license fee for people who are seeking to buy property so that we could unleash some activity in the real estate sector. We shouldn't have done any of that. Because in doing all of that, and we didn't stop there, when we heard the cries about the high cost of electricity, occasioned in large measure by the invasion of Ukraine, we could have said, you know what, no. However, the mother in Jessup's or the father down Henley Part find the money, that's their business. But we sat, we discussed, and we came up with a solution. The solution isn't free,
That's right.
Madam President, the solution isn't free. The solution comes at a cost. But as a government concerned about people, we decided, listen, let us see what we could do to help people. And in trying to help people, we decided we would remove the fuel surcharge from domestic users. At a cost to the government, of course. But then you hear people up and down say, oh, the debt gone up and oh, where all this money spent, as if they live in an alternate universe. They live in a different Nevis to everybody else. So they didn't realize that hundreds of workers were laid off at Four Seasons. That taxi drivers had nobody to carry because we had no cruise ships, we had no passengers, no tourists coming. That fisher folk had no place to sell their lobster because the hotels had no business. All of that didn't happen. We imagined COVID. If you hear them, you really would have been of a view that that was the situation. That all of this is a figment of the government's imagination. That none of these challenges really existed. Madam President, no response in the world to this global pandemic was perfect. You know why? There was no manual. Nobody could have said to you, this is how you handle it, because the last one was over 100 years ago. And no government in the history of this island of Nevis has ever had this level of challenge and difficulty than this government has. And I stand here today proud of the team and the effort that we made during COVID-19. Proud because we had a stellar record. Every time I get the chance to talk,
And a good captain.
I thank, we're going to talk about leadership in a way. Every time I get the chance to talk, I thank the team. Cabinet, you know what was so good about this cabinet, Madam President? We were willing to listen because we recognized we did not know. So when Dr. Judy Nisbet and the team came and they spoke to us, we listened. And some of the advice was difficult. So shut down and difficult. We listened. And as a consequence, we were able to weather the storm. You ever hear them talk about that? No. They said the debt has increased and money spending as if we were out there throwing the money into the ocean. If money spent and debt increases, the people of Nevis got the benefit. I want to talk a little, about, because as part of that response, we are concerned about inflation. And as I sat there this morning, I was looking at my phone. Somebody mentioned Google. So everybody go to Google now. So I was Googling. And I looked at this situation about salary increase, because that too was one of our responses. A salary increase was announced in St. Kitts of 10% in August. We knew that was politics. Friends of the NRP over there announced a salary increase. Them days they used to get money from Timo. So, the salary increase was announced over there, 10%. And again, characteristic of how we approach government. We did not try to hide the fact that we did not have the capacity to pay 10% at once. We came to the people and we said we do not have the ability to pay 10% retroactive. I believe that was around May.
Yes.
But here's what the cabinet came up with, having had the advice from finance. We could do 15%, but we have to spread it over 3 years. Oh, hullabaloo. They said money came over to pay the 10% already. Remember that?
Yes.
All kind of opposition. We paid the 10% retroactive, Madam President. And we said to the hard-working public servants in Nevis, on January 1st, 2023, you will receive another 5%. I am here today in February to say it was paid as promised. We said to them on the 1st of February 2024, you will receive the next 5%. And remember, this is 1st of January 2024. I apologize. You will receive the next 5%. And remember, this is cumulative. It's put pan put, as old people say. And you hear again all the noise. But sometimes I think, and I'm telling you, some public servants who are blue vexed with us too,
Yes.
Blue vexed with us. They call me, they say, oh, this is an injustice and this is unfair because the opposition create anxiety. That's what they do best, create anxiety. And people got anxious. We said, no, this is what the government can do realistically based on what revenue we have so that we don't bankrupt the island. This is what we can do. And we feel that through this measure you'll actually be better off even though it takes a bit more time. So see what happened last year. People got a 5% salary increase retroactive to January. So they get back pay. Then in October, public servants got a double salary. Then, in December, those who are on the front line for the COVID pandemic got an honorarium, $2,000. That's 3 sets of money that some received last year. Only a government that cares about people. We were not obligated to pay any honorarium. We did not promise any honorarium. The Labour Party in St. Kitts was elected in August. And the new Prime Minister, Dr. Drew, made good on his commitment to people on St. Kitts to pay an honorarium. We said over here, no, that there were Nevisians who fought just as hard against this pandemic, and they too should benefit. And we found the money. That was not budgeted. It was not money that we had sitting there. But we decided as a government that puts people first, it was unfair to those in Nevis, the nurses, the men and women who work at solid waste and at the port and at customs, immigration, those who are on the front line, that their counterparts in St. Kitts should benefit and they should not. And we found the money to do it. And we did it. So here I say, some people last year got 3 sets of money. Retroactive 5%, double salary, and honorarium. It was a good Christmas for some.
But nothing happening.
Oh yes, that is a constant cry. Nothing is happening. And you see, Madam President, that is why I think that it is important for us to be honest when we have these discussions. We will not always agree. That's democracy. Democracy sometimes can be, I think I saw it described as messy. But we're not going to always agree. That's why Parliament is here, for us to have debate. But the debate must be based on facts. Because 5% plus 5, that's 10 now, plus another 5 to come. I just picked up my phone there as I was Googling. That's a new word, no? I was on Google. For the young people going to make meme out of me and say, I talk about Googling. So, I went on the internet. St. Lucia, my good friend Prime Minister Pierre. Big headline. St. Lucia, 1% salary increase. 1% salary increase for 2022 to public servants. That's what St. Lucia is saying. St. Vincent headline, 2.5% salary increase 2023. 2% 2024. 2.5% in 2025. So 7% spread over 3 years. We have 15% in Nevis spread over 3 years. Antigua and Barbuda, right next door. My good friend, PM Gaston Brown. On the 2nd of December last year, you know what PM Brown said? Public servants have to wait longer for salary increase and back pay. And I quote, government workers are owed several years' worth of back pay, having been owed a wage increase since before the COVID-19 pandemic. See, while we're being criticized here in Nevis for our governance, we don't owe nobody no back pay. Because every single payday that came on this island, the workers of Nevis were paid in full and on time. In full and on time. So let me ask the question, which must be asked. What would the opposition, if they were in government, have done? Send home people? Send home people? Is that what they would have done? They would have said to the worker in tourism or the worker in inland revenue, nothing there to do. The worker in water department, nothing there to do, so go home to cool your heels. And that worker says, but Lord, my husband is a taxi driver and he doesn't have any work. My husband is a farmer. There's nothing happening. He can't sell his produce. My husband dives lobsters and conchs and the hotels are closed. You realize that if it were not for this government's policy of keeping every single worker employed and paid on time, I said to the cabinet, no matter what it took, we would ensure that all of our workers were paid on time. You know why? Because we recognize if we did not do that, then some people in some households would have had the double and triple whammy. Because we know Nevis, that's why I say we live here. We know in some families it's 2 and 3 people work at Four Seasons. So if they gone home, Madam President, and one person in the household working in government, we must send them home too. We must send them home too. And we hear they talk about, oh, you increase the debt. But what we're supposed to do? Let people dead hungry? Nevis people must dead for hungry in Nevis. Because we say we don't want to increase the debt because the opposition going to talk about that. We let them talk. But we are now seeing recovery from the pandemic because we invested in our people during the pandemic. And I'm not going to resile from that. I'm not going to run from it. Leadership. That's what it takes, you know. Let me go to my favorite quotes. A lot of quotes here. That's what it takes. Leadership. You hear? One of the quotes I've noted here. In Nevis. Huh? One of the quotes I've noticed here. That in the NRP, there's a quote, breakdown in leadership, injustice in respect for people. Number 5. Breakdown in leadership. But who's the leader? Injustice in respect for people. No. I really don't want to get into other people's business. But what I will say for CCM business, we have one leader who knows how to lead.
And a good one.
Oh. We have one leader
An outstanding
who is supported.
Yes.
Or we have a deputy too. That's important. We have a leader who understands, and let me quote again, that leadership is about teamwork, about compromise when necessary. Leadership can never be about dictatorship. Honorable member for number 5. I don't know who she was talking about, but I know she wasn't talking about us. These are powerful quotes. They've said the old people here are very wise, you know, Madam President. They say if fish come out of the sea and tell the shark in there. Trust the fish. So when the member for number 5 says that there's a breakdown in leadership, in justice, and in respect for people. But you hear it. You hear the echoes of it. So we must send home people, rather than ensuring that people had bread, had an income during the pandemic. We must send them home, because some prefer the sterile analysis about debt, not reflecting on the fact that the country went through a crisis for 2 years. So I want to talk about salary increase. Antigua and Barbuda, as recently as last month, January of 2023, Madam President, the Barbados opposition making big noise in Barbados. You know what they're making big noise for? They say that Barbadian workers, public servants, must get a salary increase between 5 and 7%. That is the argument that they're making. Putting pressure on the government of Barbados to come up with a 5 to 7% increase. Here we had 15%, but nothing happening. Montserrat, the Emerald Isle, right next door. December 7th, 2022, the civil servants in Montserrat decided that they would take protest action, because they said their last pay increase was 2017, and they're going to take protest action because they want a pay increase in Montserrat. I have some statistics from Dominica that are dated 2014. But you know, Dominica got pay increase 2014, 15, and 16. 3% in 2014, 1% in 2015, 1% in 2016. So Dominica got. But it's not just it's 5, it's 5 over 3 years. And when I talk about salary increases for our public servants, that has nothing to do with the fact that each and every year since I have been Premier of Nevis, each and every year since I have been Premier of Nevis, with the exception of 2020, we paid a double salary to public servants. Each and every year. So again, you hear all the noise. Where this money was gone and where this money, as if they don't live in Nevis. So when the double salary was announced, they never hear it. They didn't understand it. One of the best indicators of an economy, Madam President, is what we're doing in relation to jobs. And I am so happy, and let me commend the work of the good people at Social Security, because they are now issuing quarterly reports in terms of jobs. And let me also commend the excellent work from the Labor Department. And statistics, we understand that our country, it's a problem that we have that we must fix, to always have accurate statistics. But the job numbers post-COVID have been encouraging. The St. Christopher Nevis Social Security is reporting that as at December 2022, the number of jobs in Nevis increased by 6.4% over 2021. Average number of jobs per month was 5,819. Compared to our neighbor and sister St. Kitts, over the same period, we had a 6.4% growth, they had a 4.9% growth. Now, it's important for us to note that the island of Nevis has somewhere in the region, I had asked for the number, but I didn't get the accurate number, but somewhere in the region, I believe, of about 300 step workers. Those step workers are accounted for in the St. Kitts numbers, not in the Nevis numbers. So even though they work on Nevis, their employment is not recorded as Nevis employment. I say that to say that if they were to be included, you would realize that the average number of jobs in Nevis would be well over 6,000 jobs per month. I would quickly add, again, because we all live here, that a lot of people who are working are not registered with Social Security. And every opportunity I get, I encourage people to do the right thing and to go in and register. Some people who are self-employed have not taken advantage of the self-employed register with Social Security. And I say that to say that we can be assured that these numbers are still not fully reflective of the entire employment on the island of Nevis. A lot of people in Nevis have a side hustle. They're doing something else, and they may only record one job at Social Security. Our people are innovative. Our people want nice things, and they're working towards them. They want a home. They're working towards what they want. They're not sitting back. The opportunities, that's the point. And they're grasping these opportunities. Last night I spoke to a young lady at a hotel. And I said, I've not seen her before. She said, yes, I'm from Nevis. And I said to her, well, this is your main job? She said, no. Her main job is with government. The side hustle is at the hotel. So our people have jobs and opportunities, and they're grasping them because in many instances they're saying, I want to achieve something by a certain age. And we grew up being taught by our parents that the best way to achieve what you want is to work for it. To work for it. It's the best way to achieve what you want. And our young people, I'm very proud of them. They're working towards what they want. That's why, Madam President, we shouldn't grudge them when they buy a little car. We shouldn't get vexed with them when they get a little home or buy a piece of land, because they're out there working. And I want to today celebrate them. Jobs are available on the island. Social Security says so. Opportunities are available. Young people are starting businesses because, again, in the middle of the pandemic, we took up $5 million and we said this must go to women and youth so that they could start small businesses. You ever hear them talk about that? They say nothing happened. That's what we did. We didn't squander resources. Every member of this cabinet, with the exception of our new senator, took a pay cut. They forewent, that's the proper word, Madam President? Forewent. 21 months.
Unheard of.
We demonstrated that we were with the people of Nevis. Difficult times, that's what leadership requires. Leadership requires us. You know why? None of us came to things that we did not understand. We came to things having lived a life in Nevis, having understood the island, having struggled with the people of Nevis, and having reached to a point where we could say to the people of Nevis, we understand you and you understand us. You have seen us and we have seen you. And in times of difficulty like during COVID, we tied our belts. So we did. And made sure that the people of Nevis were okay. That is why when people ask, well, how come with all the forces arrayed against the CCM on the 12th of December, we still came through? And the answer is that the people of Nevis know who is for them.
And they would not change.
What will change? Still undefeated. Concerned Citizens Movement. So 6.4% job growth in Nevis, excluding the step workers. But what I find is an even more important statistic is that the Social Security is reporting that gross monthly wages on Nevis increased by 11.9% over the period 2021 to 2022. We used to have a gross monthly wage in Nevis of $17.55 million per month in 2021. By 2022, that was $19.63 million. 11.9% increase. On our sister St. Kitts, that same period, they saw an 8.7% increase. So this is my point. With all the criticism that the Nevis economy and this government faces daily, our job numbers in terms of percentage increase was higher than St. Kitts. 6.4%, 4.9% over there. Our average increase in monthly wages on Nevis was 11.9%, on St. Kitts, 8.7%. It tells us, therefore, that on this single matrix of jobs and earning power, that the island of Nevis has performed excellently over that period of time. The good member for number one, the one number one in a landslide, on December 12th. He made the point that at the height of the pandemic in December 2020, we had 4,600 jobs. That's all we had at Social Security. As of May 2022, that had peaked at 5,990 jobs, Madam President. An increase of 1,390 jobs, or 30.2%. That's the level of recovery. I remind us again that the step workers are not included. That is what has been happening in relation to jobs here. And I will tell you, Madam President, that more jobs are coming. You heard me mention when I was making the budget presentation that we were very happy to conclude. Just on that very morning, I got the note that the technical team had concluded discussions with a company from the United States, which is coming in to take over the Brownhill call center. They've indicated to us that they intend initially to start with 50 workers from day one, and then they expect to ramp up to 325 workers over the course of the next few months. Jobs, again, are coming. Because we would remember that when the call center left, they had been here for about 10 years. And I was premier at the time. And I recall a Friday afternoon, if I remember correctly, it was a Friday. Somebody called me around 2 o'clock, asked me if I hear the call center shutting down. I said, no. The government doesn't know anything about that. Next thing I know, I get a call. The people at the call center said they want to speak to me. They came around 4 and they tell me they've taken a decision. Call center closed. Those are the difficulties that small economies like ours face. And just like that, poof, 200 plus jobs were gone. And it happened at a time when the Four Seasons was also closed. Colleagues, you remember? Yes. All of that this government has had to grapple with. You know what it's like for 200 plus jobs to be lost on a Friday afternoon? That has been our reality. But when you come to things that you understand, you can deal with those realities. Because you're accustomed to managing situations, managing people, managing expectations, dealing with outcomes that may not be desirable or expected. But you have come to things that you understand. And you don't fall into that category of people who have come to things that they do not understand. And that is why we have been able to sustain. And so, that company, we will be making some more announcements soon about that, but we are very happy. And we are hoping to see more people employed here on the island. Madam President, let me switch gears, because sometimes when I listen to these debates, I become a little concerned that we either don't know, or which is far worse than ignorance, we know and we're trying to mislead. We have seen, as I said, the whole talk about public sector debt. I believe I've dealt with that, so I'll leave that to one side. I made a note here when the honorable member for number 4 spoke. She said the economy is in a very bad state. But where's the evidence to support that assertion? Sounds good. That's good opposition propaganda. But I have just presented numbers from Social Security that says that in Nevis, jobs are growing at a faster rate even than our sister St. Kitts. And what St. Kitts have that we don't have? Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of CBI money. But Nevis jobs, according to Social Security, growing faster than St. Kitts. Average wages in Nevis growing faster than in our sister St. Kitts. But remember, for number 4 said the economy is in a very bad state. And then she goes on. And this is what I say, sometimes we either don't know, which is ignorance. I don't think that's unparliamentary. When you don't know, you're ignorant. Or, worse yet, you know, and you're seeking to mislead. Because the member actually brought up the fact that the NHLDC, the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation, owes money to Unit Trust in Trinidad. And I was shocked that the member would dare to trespass where angels fear to tread. Anybody from NRP go anywhere to talk about NHLDC and NHLDC owing money, they either don't know or they're trying to mislead. It's one or the other. I have in front of me here a letter dated the 18th of April 2006. You see how far back I'm going? 2006. It's addressed to the manager of the Bank of Nova Scotia, and it's under the hand of my good friend, T.A.L. Bob Hull, project manager. It is copied to Mr. Lloyd Lescott, manager of the NHLDC. April 18th, 2006. And it is headed, it's addressed to the manager of the Bank of Nova Scotia. It is headed US dollar call account. And hear what Mr. Hull says in part. We should be receiving the sum of 10 million US dollars from the Newfound Group in the near future as a deposit on the purchase of approximately 600 acres of land at Pinny's Estate. It is our intention to establish a call account at your bank to be styled security account or debt service reserve account to facilitate the transfer of funds. Now here, member for number 4, maybe you didn't know. Hear what the letter says. The said funds are to be held in escrow for AIC Merchant Bank Limited of Trinidad and Tobago, which later became Unit Trust. UTC? UTC. So we're talking about the same UTC. Let me start again. The said funds are to be held in escrow for AIC Merchant Bank Limited of Trinidad and Tobago, now UTC, who arranged the financing for the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation, NHLDC, to purchase Pinny's Estate. So, project manager on the 18th of April 2006 wrote to Scotiabank and said to Scotiabank, we are going to receive 10 million US. I want you to hold it for me. But I want you to hold it for me in escrow. For who? AIC Merchant Bank Limited of Trinidad and Tobago. Mine. You all heard the charge from the member for number 4 that NHLDC owed Trinidad money, UTC money. But things always, a story don't start in the middle, you know. Story starts somewhere and then it progresses. maybe the good member didn't understand when she came that the story had a beginning. So I go back to April 18th to put context. I then see a situation. And there was a change in government in Nevis. No, 2006. And see what happened. Remember I said to this house that the 10 million US dollars was put at Scotiabank in escrow to pay AIC, now UTC, because they arranged the financing for the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation. I have in my hand now a note to the General Manager of the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation. Reconciliation of security account at Bank of Nova Scotia. And what it details, Madam President, is how after the government change in 2006, this 10 million US dollars was removed from Scotiabank. The details are here. On the 9th of October 2009, they took 500,000 US. On the 17th of December 2009, they took 30,000 US. On the 25th of June 2010, they took 30,000 US. On the 10th of November 2010, they took 900,000 US. On the 15th of December 2010, they took $5,955,845.22 US. 15th of December 2010. Election time. We understand. We understand. That's how NIPPA operates. 24th of October 2012. Now they're into the null and void period. Eh? They went back, Lord of mercy, and they take $743,942.26. You know how much money we met on that account when we got back into office in 2013? From 10 million US dollars, we met $539,062.68. So, Madam Member for number 4, you want to know why NHLDC owes Trinidad money? Because the NRP, party that you lead, take the money from the bank that was there to pay Trinidad. That's what they did. And we can't understand. But these are the facts. We can't understand what they did with the money. Listen to this. The transfer of $5,955,845.22 on December 15, 2010 was immediately transferred. Remember, it came out of the 10 million escrow account. Was immediately transferred using 2 checks. One made out to the NIA for 5 million US and the balance paid to Surrey Paving. That's the only hint that we have of where the money gone. It goes on to say, also noted was a letter dated February 20, 2007, requesting the bank to transfer US $425,000 to Bank of Nevis. To put it then in a nutshell, the $10 million went poof. That was the money that was put there by the CCM-led administration to cover the debt to UTC. That was the money. So they took out the money. All now we can't figure out how they took it out because the money was put there on the escrow. But they took out the money. And guess what? When they take out the money, they forgot to pay Trinidad. So whatever that money was used for, it was not used to pay UTC. The debt was not repaid. When we got into office in 2013, this is the dilemma. The debt to Trinidad is still owed. The money left there to pay the debt is gone. What are we to do?
Why do the 500
What are we to do? Sometimes in my view, you can't defend the indefensible. The best you could say it wasn't me and hush him out. It's the best you could say it wasn't me and hush him out. But every story, so when the member comes in here from number 4 to talk about NHLDC owe money to Trinidad, it is obvious that the member either didn't know or worse than that, is trying to mislead. Because she must have known that this money was poofed away. With the result that the debt was left owing. Now here's the dilemma for Nevis people now. For the average, ordinary Nevisian, who we all should be serving, here's the dilemma. Unit Trust has said that you all have used the money that should have been there to pay the debt. And you think that's all that NIPPA did, Madam President? That's all. NIPPA sell the land to you know? I want you people to understand what's going on, you know. NIPPA take out the money and spend it. And then the lands, what they call it, the Nugent Heights, they sell the land too. And did not pay the debt. So by the time we got in 2013, we made neither money nor land, but we made the debt. If you don't know, you should have asked me. Neither money nor land, but we made the debt. And that is what we have been trying to deal with. You think it's easy to clean up this kind of mess? UDC wrote to us in October 2014. And they talk about meetings they had with my dear friend and brother, the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. And they wrote to the Nevis House and Land Development Corporation. And I want to read some of what they wrote into the record. They say, a moment please, Madam President. They said in that meeting with the minister, Mr. Chinapu, that's a Trini name, Chinapu? Chinapu. He stressed that UTC, as the trustee, has to ensure that the underlying security and all other required conditions are met. In light of the information shared, you will appreciate our concern that the breaches in relation to this bond and the related security documents have prejudiced the interests of our bondholders. And they summarize a list of breaches, not by us, by the Nevis Reformation Party in government. List of breaches: 1, the failure to apply the proceeds of the sale of those parcels to the approved investments as provided for in clause 42A of the deed of charge dated 29 December 2004. That in ordinary language means they sell the land and they didn't pay the debt. 2, the breach of covenant under the trust deed not to sell, transfer, lease, or otherwise dispose of or assign the benefit of Pinny's estate or the revenues or proceeds of it other than in accordance with the deed. 3, the withdrawals from the security account, that's the $10 million, without the authorization of the escrow agent, which are in breach of clause 4.2A of the deed of charge. 4, the use of funds in the security account by NHLDC or the government of Nevis for purposes other than those stated at clauses 4.511 and 4.5.2 of the deed of charge. Then it says, causing, number 5, or permitting the value of the security account as a security asset to be significantly reduced. This is UTC. Taking the old people used to have something when I was going, they call a bull pistol, and whipping us for the behavior of the NRP. whipping us. And you know what? UTC went on further, no? Wait. In addition to the above breaches, we are concerned that our ongoing attempts to reconcile the number of parcels sold from Pinny's estate are proving difficult, as there are discrepancies in your records regarding the acreage of some of the parcels sold and the names of the purchasers. And remember, for number 4 coming here, to talk about debt to Trinidad. That is what we met and having to deal with. Something that was a clean transaction that would not have created any trauma or difficulty for the NHLDC has landed us here. And here is the problem now. We'll get to the root of it now. Why I gave all that background is because, Madam President, people in Nevis now cannot get their title. They can't get their title. You know why? Unit Trust is saying that they're now holding the mortgage over the lands at Pinny's. The NRP went ahead and sold land left, right, and center to all kind of people. Collect the people money. Now it's time, and Madam President, you'd understand as a lawyer. Now it is time for the people to get their title. Remember for number 4. UTC said, no, we are not releasing our caveat to let anybody get any title up there. Because NRP sell the land and didn't send the money, and the security we had there of 10 million, NRP used that too. So what is the result? I have a list of names here. I won't mention the names. I don't want to put people's business. But I have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different people. And then 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, 14 total who can get their title currently. We talk about wanting to stimulate the economy. We talk about supporting people. When I look at some of these names, young people bought a piece of the rock. But guess what? They can't build anything. Because the first thing planning going to ask them for, where's your title? Bank. They can't move. They are in, what do you call it thing there? No, when they put a straight jacket. They're in a straight jacket. Cannot proceed. Young people, due to the recklessness of the Nevis Reformation Party in government. You all say I love people. Come to, of course, they come to you, they come to me, they come to everybody. People who have worked, toiled, sweat. I went down on the beach to talk to a good friend of mine, and he asked me, what should we do? What should we do? Because his family now has grown, and he wants to build something. He can't build. Can't proceed. Recklessness. I want people to forget those things. Come in here and we'll talk about money owed to Trinidad. People cannot get their title, Madam President. But the NHLDC and the NRP don't collect the money. Well, they give them the land. They collect the money. Did not pay the debt. And so the people know, Unit Trust, they're holding us. And they're saying to us, we will not release anything until we are paid off. So what have we been doing every month? We have been sending the money to Trinidad, from NHLDC. And we brought that original debt from $10 million US. It is now down to $2.1 million under this administration. And we are asking the people out there to be patient with us. We did not create this situation. We are trying to resolve it. But that is the reality. But it goes beyond that, you know. It goes beyond that. Do you know, Madam President, that this government has had to find money to pay back some people?
Yes.
Can you imagine that? Some people have got so frustrated that they have said, listen, I cannot get my title for all these years. NRP sell me a piece of land way back in 2008, 2009. It is now 12 years, 14 years. I cannot get my title. I want back my money. And we get lawsuit, lawyer letter come to the government. So far, we had to refund one couple $95,226. We had to refund another person $131,098.85. Another lady, $93,808. This government and NHLDC has had to find so far $320,132.85 to give back people their money. The member doesn't know. The member should ask. That is the situation. Then I heard the member start to talk about NIPPA, Nevis Investment Promotion Agency. In fact, I made a note that it appeared that anything involving former member for number 4, that appeared to be the member's focus. So the member started to talk about NIPPA and investment. I always say, without fear of contradiction, that the record of the former member for number 4 in terms of development of this island stands second to none. And I am not just saying it because I am out to talk, I'm saying it because that is the reality. And sometimes people want to erase what others have contributed. It will not happen. It will not happen. And so the NRP can criticize, and the member for number 4 who just come, she can say all that she wishes to say. End of the day, you cannot erase years of contribution and service to the people of Nevis. And so in an effort, it appears, to get at the former member for number 4, she mentioned NIPPA and start to talk about NIPPA, as if the good people who work at NIPPA are not doing anything. So I asked NIPPA, Nevis Investment Promotion Agency, what are some of the things you're working on? They sent me a little this year. They approved the vanilla farm production. I think that's somewhere up in Hamilton. They approved a beer brewery production, which we are hopeful will get started soon. They facilitated the development of the International Merchant Bank. They have opened just above Hospitals, I think they are, Valimar. They have been actively involved in the reopening of the call center, now slated for April of 2023. I've just spoken about that. They approved the development of an International Invest Nevis office on Wall Street, something that we will be shortly opening on Wall Street. They developed a new website for greater reach on marketing trends, developed a digital platform for ease of doing business in Nevis. They've completed 4 of 7 approved promotional videos. They facilitate the Financial Services Conference with service providers and investors, both in person and hybrid, and they continue to facilitate and guide investors coming in. You see, I always have great concern when people who don't know come to criticize people who are actually doing the work and actually trying every day to do better for the island of Nevis. That is what is happening.
Your indulgence, Honorable Member.
Sure.
I've been very patient, and I think you can all attest to that. Honorable Member, I understand there is the crosstalk on both sides, but please keep it down so you don't interrupt the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your protection, Madam President. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make the point that people get up every day and go to work and are working to assist this island, that we are not to seek to use any forum to denigrate them or their efforts. Especially when it is apparent, and I think it should be apparent to all by now, that those who are talking simply do not know, because they've not armed themselves with the necessary information to come and have an informed discussion on some of these matters. Now let me say this. The good member for number 4 spoke about a lack of transparency. And the member for number 3, when he spoke, said that this has been the most transparent government in the history of Nevis. Yesterday we were at the federal parliament and they were debating some good governance legislation. And I smiled because I said, what Sinkis is now trying to do, Nevis has been doing now for 4 years. I, just about 2 weeks ago, would have filed my report of assets and liabilities. The 4th time that I'm doing it in Nevis. We set up the Integrity Commission here, office, budget, staff, and they've been doing their work. In fact, I believe that the good member opposite, number 4, should know, because she wrote to the commission asking them to investigate you, member for number 1. But she comes in here now to talk about a lack of transparency. No government in the history of this island has seen it fit to put in place that type of legislation and to operationalize it. It is a CCM-led administration that passed the Freedom of Information legislation. And while that is not yet operationalized, it is on the books to be operationalized. And it will happen in this term. A monthly press conference. We introduced that since 2017. No other premier has faced the press for questions from the press as we have done. Radio programs, accessibility, information. This government has been open and transparent. But again, we have become accustomed to people making accusations without being asked to verify. Baseless, that's the word. They just say whatever comes to mind. And when you give them the facts, you hear the refrain, oh, we never hear that before. That is the reality. So I want to dispel that notion, because we have been a very open government, very transparent in all that we have sought to do. I want to switch to a project which, just like the NHLDC, I find the good member for number 4 either doesn't know or is trying to mislead. And since I will not speak ill of a member of parliament, I will say she didn't know. And if she didn't know, she could have called and asked me. I think she has my number. Or she could have asked somebody to better prepare herself for when she comes into the house to talk about the people's business. Because the member brought up geothermal and sought to suggest that there is money out there that we can access for geothermal, and somehow that we had dropped the ball. Now, I will be the first to admit that the geothermal project has not proceeded the way that we would have liked, with the speed that we would have liked. But it does not lie in the mouth of the Nevis Reformation Party, with their 1 seat in the parliament, to tell Nevis people anything about geothermal. They made geothermal into a joke on the island of Nevis. Big christening in Charlestown, y'all remember that? Whole a tongue block off, pom-pom girls, and some old pickup truck marked geothermal. Song and dance. West Indies Power they brought here. Said West Indies Power would do this and that. No, again, the history is important. In 2004, under CCM-led administration, I was involved in the geothermal project as a lawyer, private citizen. And there was at the time something called the Geothermal project, which involved St. Kitts, Nevis, Dominica, St. Lucia, Martinique, and Guadeloupe. It was an OAS-sponsored project, public money. The same money that the member now in 2023 is saying to us is out there. That was the money that we were looking at in 2004. Progress was being made. We had meetings in Guadeloupe, I recall, and in St. Kitts. And the OAS consultant said that the best place to find geothermal as a pilot project was the island of Nevis. The NRP got into office in 2006, roughly a year and a half after. And what did the NRP do? They abandoned the OAS project. They did no bidding, no RFP, none of the procurement processes that are laid out by law. They gave something to West Indies Power. So you all do the project. And when West Indies Power started out, you all remember a gentleman called Kerry MacDonald? Became a household name here. Some people up Westbury even name about the geothermal bar. Geothermal, NRP. When we got into office in 2013, the first thing we had to do, Madam President, was fight a lawsuit. I wonder if the member is listening. The first thing we had to do was fight a lawsuit. Because the same NRP that gave geothermal to West Indies Power without any bidding, turn around and sue West Indies Power to get out of the agreement. And because government is a continuum, when we got into government in 2013, we found the government, now led by CCM, in a lawsuit with West Indies Power. And that, I believe, went all the way to the Court of Appeal before we could finally get rid of West Indies Power and then start afresh to try and get this project done. We reached out to the United States government through the Department of State, and they provided consultants from Deloitte. We went through a procurement process. We issued an RFP, a request for proposals, and we were assisted by Deloitte in selecting a company called NREI. That company came, that company did some work, but when we recognized that that company also could not raise the financing to do the project, we told them bye-bye. And we had always been in discussions with the CDB, and we decided, Madam President, that we are going to essentially divide the project into two halves. The first half, which is the more risky part, is the drilling of the production wells. Recall that we already drilled exploration wells. We are now drilling the bigger wells, 3 production and 2 reinjection wells. And so we decided that we will seek to use available international funds for that purpose. And so, Madam President, we engaged with the CDB. And on the 9th of December last year, the CDB approved some US $17 million to take this project forward. And we are told that the RFP for the drilling, that the 9th of March, I think, is the deadline, and then we should have a driller selected and work started by June. That is the expectation. So, I don't believe that there is any moral or other authority on the part of the NRP to come tell Nevis people anything about geothermal. I think they should leave that alone, because rather than proceeding on the path that had been set out in 2004, they took a different path that ended up leaving us in a difficulty, and litigation was the result. Imagine you get into a government and that's your first order of business to go fight case in court, because they fall out with West Indies Power. They fall out with West Indies Power. I hope the good member for number 4 is taking notes so she understands some of the history. That's important. So I want, in relation to that we understand that on the geothermal project, it is this government that has now the momentum in trying to bring that project to fruition. Now, let me look quickly at this whole issue. It's a small point, but it's a point that I want to make. The good member for number 4 said that we're allocating funds to the police. And she complained, why are we doing that? But we sought to explain that while the police is a federal responsibility under the rubric of national security, the NIA has always, in fact, even under an NRP-led administration, the NIA has always assisted the police in Nevis. Always. Cotton Ground Police Station, the barracks over in Bucklers, the barracks up here at Bar, I believe all of those were done under NRP. We have bought vehicles, supported the army that has been up there at Fountain Community Center. That has been standard, despite who happens to be in government. So when again I hear the point being made by the member for number 4, I said, but the member for number 4 doesn't even understand the history of her own party in government. Because this is a standard thing that a provision is made to assist the police. That is sometimes, Madam President, the police want something done, but think it is slow in moving. Well, they're the police in Nevis. And so while we, yes, do not have the constitutional responsibility, it has been customary, regardless of who's in government in Nevis, to assist the police. And I am not going to resile from that. The police in Nevis can be assured that they will have the support of the Nevis Island administration. The budget, in my view, affords an opportunity, Madam President, for us to exchange ideas. That's what debates in this House are about. How can we make what we're doing better? I may have an idea, somebody comes along with a better idea. I'll give you a good example. The debate in the House in Sinkis yesterday. By the time the opposition members were finished, the government went back to the drawing board. They deleted some sections of the legislation because that is what a debate is supposed to do. So in a budget debate, you realize that the framers of the rules actually give us more time than the ordinary debate. And I think, Madam President, you pointed that out at the start. So we have a situation where the person responding first from the opposition benches has equal time as the Minister of Finance. And in any event, has 2 hours as a minimum. I hope I'm interpreting the rule correctly. The reason for that is that the budget is the most critical debate for the year in the usual calendar. It is where you look at the whole spectrum of government. What is proposed, what has happened, what you want to happen, that is what the budget debate is for. So we came to this House on this occasion expecting a robust debate, to see the ideas that we have advanced, critiqued, of course, but also to hear proposals. So listen, this is how we can do it better. Bearing in mind that the opposition is always the alternative government. That's what an opposition is, you know. Because at any time an election is called and the people decide they want to move in that direction, they become the government. So what are these ideas that came from the opposition? Only thing that I heard, the member for number 4 say that we can do is to build some artificial reef. That's it. It's the only suggestion. Nevis must build some artificial reefs. That, no doubt, might be good for the environment. But how does that help single mothers? How does it create jobs? Help the young man who wants to go off to university? Help the elderly gentleman who needs urgent care? Huh? How does it do any of that? The one sole solitary lone suggestion that came out of a budget debate from the member of the NRP is that we must build some artificial reef. How does that help us reduce our debt? Increase our ease of doing business? Advance health care? Help us transition to renewable energy? No answer to anything except the old tired rhetoric that the people rejected on the 12th of December. So, why are we here? And then to my astonishment, when I sat down and said, I'm settling it, if you were looking at me with the cameras on me, I had pen and paper, because I said this is going to be a good debate. After 45 minutes, when I took a sip of water here, may it please you. And again, I thought, in the context of a debate, a maiden speech from somebody who says they want to lead this island, 45 minutes, I'm sit down and said, thank you. It tells me either the budget was incredibly good, or the opposition simply has nothing to say. And when you hear the rhetoric out there, in fact, I made the comment that it looked like they talk more on Facebook than they talk in the House. Because when you hear the rhetoric out there, Madam President, one would have thought that after 2 hours, the opposition would have said, Lord, I need more time. There's so many issues in this island to confront. 45 minutes, I sit down, meek as a lamb. Thank you. Shortest budget response in the history of Nevis. Then I see a statement, they say they prefer brevity. Well, I like brevity too, you know. But sometimes you must not disguise brevity. Oh, let me put it different. You must not disguise not having anything to offer as brevity. Sometimes when you're called upon, because you have come to something you do not understand, you can't respond. And that really is what we saw yesterday. Tuesday, I'm sorry. That's what we saw. So the people of Nevis, because ultimately when we're in here, yes, the politics is played. Madam President, we are not in any vacuum, we understand. This is not some ivory tower on a hill. This is the Parliament, and the Parliament has competing ideas. But when the public out there is listening, the public must go from hearing us and say, okay, these are the government's ideas and these are the opposition ideas. And I prefer the opposition ideas, or I prefer the government ideas, or I will take 2 of what the government say and 2 of what the opposition say, because ultimately we are all interested in advancing Nevis. But when one side could only offer the people of Nevis an artificial reef, that is the answer to every problem that we have in Nevis, an artificial reef. It begs the question, what are some of us doing in this house? Where are the ideas, the discussion, the debate that will assist in moving our island forward? Madam President, I'm wrapping up now, but let me just mention that there was a passing reference to ambulance service, and that it came by way of criticism that people in Gingerland or perhaps in St. James would have to wait too long for an ambulance. And it was an interesting observation by the member for number 4. So I did a little research. In the UK, the average distance for an ambulance is 10 miles. Average. That is from, point to point. So they have to leave 10 miles, collect you on 10 miles. So average distance is 10 miles. In the US, the average is 4.4 miles in urban areas, 10.5 miles in rural areas. So, if you can, and I know no comparison is perfect, but you use those kind of averages and you bring it to the Nevis context, you realize that from the hospital to Gingerland or from the hospital to St. James, while it may be far for us because we live here, realize that you're perfectly within the sort of range generally of distances for ambulance response in most countries. So in some of the countries we look to for guidance. And so I just thought I'd share that point, that it's an observation. In fact, we have had our own discussions internally as to what we can do to reduce ambulance times, including the federal member for number 11 has asked that an ambulance be placed in St. James at the fire and police building that we've erected there. And so we're looking at that, but I just wanted to be clear because sometimes, again, absent the information, things that are said may gain some currency without people actually bearing in mind what are the realities out there. And so in the UK, 10 miles is the average distance. In the US, 4.4 miles in urban areas, 10.5 miles in rural areas. Now, I want to say a quick word in relation to the member for number 5. And the member for number 5 raised the issue of cost of living, something we have battled with. And if any of us pay attention to the news, we recognize that across the world, people are battling with this issue of cost of living. And it is sometimes, I think, unrealistic to expect a government the size of our government to really be in a position where we can say to our people with any degree of conviction that we will control the cost of living. Because our economy is such an open economy. So much of what we do, what we eat, what we consume, what we wear, what we drive is coming from outside. And when I hear big countries and big economies like the United States groaning under the weight of cost of living increase, the UK, right now there are strikes in the UK from nurses, from transport workers. You know what they're striking for? They want more pay because they say the cost of living has risen so exponentially that they're demanding more pay to keep up. I think that some of these comments, again, they sound good. But when properly understood in terms of how the world works, and this government has tried to do what it can to respond. One, we've taken on debt and difficulty in removing the fuel surcharge from domestic users. So when we've seen a ballooning of our numbers, it's because of that. In fact, if I may be allowed an aside, Madam President, I said to the PS Finance that if we had not taken the step to remove that fuel surcharge from domestic users, we would have been in here boasting about a surplus. That's what would have happened. We would have been here saying we have a big surplus. And then I reflect and say, what would be the value of a surplus when our people are struggling? And that is the reality of government. We could have had a surplus. What would have been the value of that when the grandmother in Jessops cannot pay our electricity and got to go back to use lamp? We took a decision, and that decision has consequences. Consequences are seeking to help the people of Nevis. And so, the cost of living, we've asked people to eat more local food. We've incentivized farmers to grow more. We have said that local food is better for you, and it should be cheaper if, of course, we are investing in ourselves and in our own local produce. We've, during COVID, even incentivized our backyard farmers, encourage our people not to go to the supermarkets and buy everything coming in from Miami, but grow a little something, buy a little something locally, try your best to keep your costs down. Because we recognize that the ability of a small government like ours to say that we are controlling the cost of living is severely limited. And we recognize that openly. I'm not coming here to try and fool anybody or try to tell people I can be Superman and do the impossible. Big countries are struggling with cost of living. What about us, little Nevis? And so I just wanted to make that point. As I close, I want to thank the new Minister of Sport for his announcement and thank the Cabinet who have approved a $50,000 contribution to assist in the celebrations of the 50th anniversary of El Comido Tonito Willett making the West Indies team. I believe it was also under this government that we had made a recommendation that he be granted the MBE as we tried to continue to honor this gentleman who did so much for the island of Nevis and for the sport of cricket in terms of putting us on the map where that's concerned. And others who have come after have carried that mantle. And so I think that this contribution, $50,000, was a good sized contribution in the circumstances to a gala event that we are having to celebrate Mr. Willett. And I anticipate that that check will be made available in short order to the Cricket Association so that they can do what they need to do to honor a local icon in the person of Mr. Willett. Madam President, our new Minister of Health, she came and in her presentation, she would have sought to update the public on some expenditure at the hospital wing, the expansion project. And we recognize that there's been a bit of uncertainty created because she gave a number of, I think, somewhere just over $8 million. And the previous Minister of Health had come, I believe it was in 2021, and given a number which was closer to $14 million. So that's a significant difference in terms of how much has been spent. I have asked that that discrepancy be resolved. The information that has come now suggests that perhaps both figures were incorrect. And I will undertake that we will have a full number available to the public as soon as we can. And the reason that I do not have it today, Madam President, is because we have been advised that we have been affected adversely by the cyber attack that we had. And so some of the numbers, I'm told, they have to retrieve manually, and which has created a bit of a difficulty in us getting it for today, because I wanted to respond and clarify the situation today. As the leader of government, I have always insisted that all information we provide to the public is accurate, and that is consistent with building trust with the public. It is consistent with a transparent and open approach. And so on this occasion, it is clear that we got the numbers wrong, and we will correct that at the earliest opportunity once we have that final tally that is available. And so I would want to apologize, Madam President, to the House, through you, and to the public, because oftentimes we come to this House and we're given numbers and figures and statistics from our technical teams. And usually we don't go behind them. So I would have presented a budget which says that our revenue for the year was a particular number. I believe if the PS Finance brings it to me and tells me that this is a number from his team, that I should be able to rely on that. And oftentimes, that is the position and there's no problem. Once in a while, there may be numbers that get, what's the word, transposed? And I'm understanding that it is possible that one of the difficulties here is that a figure that should have been 600,000 became 6 million. And that extra, was it 1 0, could have created some uncertainty. So I say all that by way of apology, Madam President, that I want to apologize to you and to the House, to my colleagues opposite, and to the Nevis public, that we will get the right number and bring that correct number. And I apologize for not having it today, but as I said, we had some limitations due to the fact that we have not yet retrieved all of our information after this cyber attack. So I wanted to end on that note of apology and to say that we will rectify this matter and come again to the public with the accurate information. So I hope you'll forgive me, Madam President, for that, and forgive this side of the House for that unfortunate error on our part, and we will come and fix that in short order. With those comments then, I don't think that there's anything I can usefully add. I perhaps have gone on a bit more than I needed to, but I wanted to highlight again that this is a budget that is fit for purpose. It is a budget that has come after careful deliberation, and it is a budget, we feel, that has the potential to take Nevis forward as we try to build out a better Nevis for all of us. Thank you, and I wish this budget and this discussion safe passage through this honorable House.
Thank you, honorable member.
A bill to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of the island of Nevis for the financial year commencing on the first day of January 2023 and ending on the 31st day of December 2023, otherwise known as the Nevis Appropriation 2023 Bill 2023.
Thank you. The bill has been read a second time, and we will move into committee stage to discuss the bill, unless prior to that there is a motion on the floor. We can work through if you prefer.
Schedule, Part 1, Recurrent Expenditure. Ministry number, ministry name, amounts. Ministry number 01, ministry name, Deputy Governor General, amount 604,500.
The question is that the head under ministry number 01, ministry name Deputy Governor General, in the amount of 604,500, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 02, ministry name, legislature, amount 952,900.
The question is that the amount of 952,900 under the ministry name legislature do stand part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 03, ministry name, Nevis Audit Office, amount 531,900.
The question is that the amount of 531,900 under the ministry name Nevis Audit Office do form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 04, ministry name, Legal Services, amount 1,197,800.
The question is that the amount of 1,197,800 under the head Legal Services form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 05, ministry name, Premier's Ministry, amount 6,773,500.
The question is that the amount of $6,773,500 under the head Premier's Ministry do form part of the schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 06, Ministry name, Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning. Amount $84,546,000.
The question is that the amount of $84,546,000 under the head Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning do form part of the schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 07, Ministry name, Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Post, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management. Amount $17,914,400.
The question is that the amount of $17,914,400 under the head Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Posts, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management do form part of the schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 08, Ministry name, Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Cooperatives and Marine Resources. Amount $9,797,050.
The question is that the amount of $9,797,050 under the head Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Cooperatives and Marine Resources do form part of the schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 09, Ministry name, Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment. Amount $32,240,300.
The question is that the amount of $32,240,300 under the head Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment do form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 10, Ministry name, Ministry of Tourism. Amount $4,363,600.
The question is that the amount of $4,363,600 under the head Ministry of Tourism do form part of the schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry name, Ministry number 11, Ministry name, Ministry of Education, Library Services, Information Technology, Youth and Sports. Amount $34,979,900.
The question is that the amount of $34,979,900 under the head Ministry of Education, Library Services, Information Technology, Youth and Sports do form part of the schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 12, Ministry name, Ministry of Human Resources. Amount $1,589,000.
The question is that the amount of $1,589,000 under the head Ministry of Human Resources do form part of the schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Total recurrent expenditure $195,490,850.
The question is that the amount of $195,490,850 under the head Total Recurrent Expenditure do form part of the schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Part 2, Capital Expenditure. Ministry number 05, Ministry name, Premier's Ministry. Amount $4,550,000.
The question is that the amount of $4,550,000 under the head Premier's Ministry do form part of the schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 06, Ministry name, Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning. Amount 4,650,000.
The question is that the amount of 4,650,000 under the head Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning do form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 07, ministry name, Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Post, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management. Amount 18,060,000.
The question is that the amount of 18,060,000 under the head Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Posts, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management do form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 08, ministry name, Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Cooperatives and Marine Resources. Amount 7,800,000.
The question is that the amount of 7,800,000 under the head Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Cooperatives and Marine Resources do form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 09, ministry name, Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment. Amount 17,150,000.
The question is that the amount of 17,150,000 under the head Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment do form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 10, ministry name, Ministry of Tourism. Amount 5,250,000.
The question is that the amount of 5,250,000 under the head Ministry of Tourism do form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 11, ministry name, Ministry of Education, Library Services, Information Technology, Youth and Sports. Amount 8,700,000.
The question is that the amount of 8,700,000 under the head Ministry of Education, Library Services, Information Technology, Youth and Sports do form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Total capital expenditure 66,160,000.
The question is that the amount of 66,160,000 under the head Total Capital Expenditure do form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Total expenditure 2023 261,650,850.
The question is that the amount of 261,650,850 under the head Total Expenditure 2023 do form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 1,
Your indulgence, please.
schedule.
The question is that the schedule do form part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 1,
The question is that Clause 1 forms part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 2,
The question is that Clause 2 forms part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 3,
The question is that Clause 3 forms part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 4,
The question is that Clause 4 forms part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause forms part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Title.
The question is that the title forms part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting.
Madam President, I would like to report that the bill shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2023 Bill 2023 has passed through committee stage without amendments. And while I'm on my feet, I would move a resolution that Standing Order 58 be suspended and that this bill be read for a third time and passed. I will also indicate that the requisite fiat from Her Honor, the Deputy Governor General, this being a money bill, that fiat has been obtained.
Honorable Member, if you could just revise the motion to reference Rule 57.
57, forgive me. Forgive me. So I would ask that Rule 57, forgive me, be suspended so that we could have this bill passed, third reading and passed in this single sitting. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Standing Order 57 be suspended and that the bill shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2023 Bill 2023 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of the island of Nevis for the financial year commencing on the first day of January 2023 and ending on the 31st day of December 2023, otherwise known as the Nevis Appropriation 2023 Bill 2023.
The bill shortly entitled Nevis Appropriation 2023 Bill 2023 has been read a third time and passed into law.
Resolutions.
Madam President, I rise under this head of the agenda to seek leave to introduce a motion for approval of a resolution number 1 of 2023. Just again to explain, Madam President, that these are customary legislative instruments that are done during each budgetary cycle to allow the government to function in terms of its financial arrangements for the fiscal year. Number 1 of 2023, resolution of the Nevis Island Administration, acting through its cabinet ministers and ministers. Whereas the cabinet ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, in its meeting on the 16th day of February 2023, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the administration, acting through its Ministry of Finance, is desirous of renewing its overdraft facility at the St. Kitts, Nevis, and Anguilla National Bank Limited, the bank, with a limit not exceeding 5 million Eastern Caribbean dollars, the facility for the period 1st January to 31st December 2023. And whereas the bank has requested a resolution from the administration signifying the agreement of the administration to renew the facility, and whereas the facility will be secured by 86.5 acres of land situated at Pinny's Estate, St. Thomas's Parish, should be St. Thomas's Parish. James should come out, Madam President, forgive me. In the island of Nevis, registered in Book 52, Folio 269 of the Register of Titles in the Nevis Circuit. And whereas the name and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on the facility, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of the facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly, hopefully this 23rd date of February 2023. And let me make the note and assure the public that this does not constitute any new borrowing. This is merely what the law requires us to do each year to ensure that our existing borrowing remains current with the approval of this Honorable House. And so I ask that this resolution, number 1 of 2023, I move a motion that this resolution be adopted and passed by this Honorable House.
Madam President, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the resolution number 1 of 2023 be adopted and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I rise again on the resolution number 2 of 2023 to move a motion that this resolution be adopted and passed by this Honorable House. Resolution, the Nevis Island Administration, acting through its cabinet ministers, the ministers. Whereas it is provided by Part 8, Section 48 to 49 of the Finance Administration Act, number 13 of 2007, and the Nevis Treasury Bills Ordinance, number 5 of 1989, the cabinet ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, the administration, in its meeting on the 16th of February 2023, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the administration acting through its Ministry of Finance is desirous of renewing the following treasury bills. 1. 91-day treasury bills issue over the counter with a limit of 102 million Eastern Caribbean dollars for the period 1st January to 31st December 2023. 2. 365-day treasury bills issue over the counter with a limit of 5,275,000 East Caribbean dollars for the period 1st January to 31st December 2023. And whereas the names and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on this treasury bill facility, now therefore be it resolved, the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of the facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly this, hopefully, 23rd day of February 2023.
Madam President, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that resolution number 2 of 2023 be adopted and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam President, I rise lastly to move a motion that resolution number 3 of 2023 be adopted and passed by this Honorable House. So resolution of the Nevis Island Administration, the administration acting through its cabinet ministers and ministers. Whereas the Cabinet of Ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, the administration, in its meeting on 16th day of February 2023, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the administration acting through its Ministry of Finance is desirous of renewing its overdraft facility at the CIBC First Caribbean International Bank Barbados Limited, the bank, with a limit not exceeding 2 million East Caribbean dollars, the facility for the period 1st January to 31st December 2023, and whereas the bank has requested a resolution from the administration signifying the agreement of the administration to renew the facility, and whereas the names and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on the facility, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of the facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly this 23rd day of February 2023. And again, for purposes of completeness, this is no new borrowing. These are sums like the Treasury bills and like the amount at National Bank, which are already debts of the NIA. This is merely a statutory requirement that we have this to ensure that our borrowing remains lawful and in accordance with the statutory instruments. Thank you.
Madam President, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the resolution number 3 of 2023 be adopted and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Adjournment.
Madam President, I rise to move a motion that this Honorable House be adjourned sine die.
Madam President, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that this Honorable House be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned sine die.